Lions, Leos, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest for the Lions Day with the United Nations, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, who is escorted by the Director General of UNON and our International President, Brian Sheehan, and immediate past International President, Douglas Alexander. Right, please take your seats. Welcome to the Lions Day with the United Nations in Nairobi, Kenya. I am Lion Shazan Luhar, District Governor 411A, and privileged to be your Director of Ceremonies for this event. Thank you all for joining us today at the beautiful United Nations complex, where we all have the great opportunity to learn and to be inspired. Before we begin, in Kenya, it is a tradition that all guests are welcomed with a song or a dance, which also portrays the great diversity we have in our country, and most of all, shows that we are a great and hospitable nation. Let's start today with a welcome performance by our Sarakasi dancers and entertainment team from Nairobi. Thank you so much, Sarakasi dancers, for that wonderful performance. Later in the day, they will be coming back and giving us another thrilling performance. And if some of you can move just like them, we will allow you to join them. Now, as we begin, let's watch a short video on the extensive history of Lions Clubs International with the United Nations.
To San Francisco came 1,400 representatives from 46 nations.
In 1945, Lions leaders were among representatives who met to help establish the non-governmental organization section of the United Nations. And they threw their full support behind the new organization, calling upon clubs to support it as well. Lions Clubs International underscored its commitment to a certain and lasting peace for the world in 1946, when International President Pierce delivered greetings to the Paris Peace Conference, which officially marked the end of World War II.
When they left, I says, there goes our Lions International statesman working for world peace.
The first Secretary General of the United Nations, Trygve Lie, thanked Lions for their good wishes for the successful outcome for the whole work of the United Nations. In 1947, the United Nations granted Lions consultative status with the UN Economic and Social Council. In 1988, Lions created the International Peace Poster Contest. Mustafa Tawukji, who grew up in war-torn Beirut, Lebanon, was the first contest winner. Since 1988, millions of children worldwide have participated. The International Grand Prize winner is honored at Lions Day with the United Nations.
That's really helped me to develop a more worldly view.
Since 2011, students who are blind and visually impaired have also had a chance to express their thoughts on peace through the Lions International Essay Contest.
For me, peace feels like freedom from ignorance or conflicts such as war.
Lions and the United Nations continue to work together to improve lives and further peace around the world. Lions support the UN Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals to combat poverty, hunger, disease, environmental crises, and more. As citizens of the world, Lions respond to one need, one community, one life at a time. In the years, decades, and centuries ahead, Lions will continue to unite in friendship and serve as community and world leaders to sow seeds of peace at home and around the world.
Peace.
Shanti.
As you saw from the video, Lions and the United Nations have a strong and storied past, and we are excited to add another chapter to that history today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have several esteemed guests with us here, including His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We very much look forward to hearing from him later in the morning. Also this morning, we will hear from our Director General of UNON, Madam Zainab Hawa Bangura. Accompanying the Director General is the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson, who will also be one of our presenters this morning. With us today, we have several Lion leaders from all around the world. First, I'm honored to introduce Lions International President Brian Sheehan from Minnesota in the United States and his wife, Lion Lori. Seated here on the dais with me is our event chairperson, past international director and LCIF trustee, Dr. Manoj Shah, joined in the audience by his gracious lady, Jaina Shah. Next, please welcome Chairperson of Lions Clubs International Foundation, immediate past International President, Douglas Alexander from New York City in the United States of America. We have with us our International Director, Dr. Ahmed Salim, and his gracious lady, Lion Hanem, all the way from the land of pharaohs, Egypt. We also have with us several past international directors, and I would like to start with our past international director, LCIF trustee, Vijay Raju from India. Past international director from United Kingdom, Phil Nathan. Past international directors from the United States, Gary Anderson and Edward Cordes. And past international director from Zambia, Dr. Hastings Chiti. Also with us are district governors, past district governors, club presidents, Lions, Leos, speakers, and guests. And I take this opportunity to welcome them all. This year, Lions Day with the United Nations is taking place in 3 United Nations cities around the world. Nairobi is honored to be the first of these locations. Established in 1996, the United Nations Office of Nairobi, or UNON, is one of the 4 major United Nations office sites in the world. The other 3 being the United Nations office at Geneva, Switzerland, the United Nations office at Vienna, Austria, and of course, the United Nations headquarters in New York City, where next month, the second Lions Day with United Nations for this year will be held. The third and the final LDUN event will take place in Geneva in April this year. Each of these events will be unique, but will all share the same theme: hunger, nutrition, and wellness. I'm sure you've all noticed the lush greenery all around us. The 3rd largest UN facility in the world. These 140 acres were provided by the Kenyan government, populated with hundreds of indigenous trees and plant species. This compound is the main headquarters of UN Habitat and UN Environment. In addition to its beautiful landscape and state-of-the-art conference facilities, UNON is also home to the Green Building, which is part of the UN Greening the Blue initiative. This is truly an impressive place, and we all have an impressive program for you all today. But before we begin this morning's session, I have a couple of announcements. Today, as you post your photos and thoughts on social media, please use the hashtag LDUN so that everyone else can see. Also, you will notice that we are shooting a video and photos of today's event. LCI will share some footage and photos on the LCI's social media outlets, lionsclubs.org, and elsewhere. So be sure to check it out. Now, to officially commence our event, I am pleased to introduce today's chairperson. Joining us here from Kenya, please welcome Lions Club's past international director and LCIF trustee, Dr. Manoj Shah.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies Shehzan Luhar. Good morning, Lions, Leos, UN dignitaries, and guests. What can be better this morning than to have here with us His Excellency, the Deputy President, who has decided to come here and bless us all at the opening of this 45th Lions Day with the United Nations in Nairobi. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here with us this morning. We really appreciate this, and let's give him a thunderous round of applause for being here with us. At the same time, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the support of our Director General, Zainab Hawa Bangura, and our UN Resident Coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson, for working with us, allowing us to use the facilities, and for being such wonderful hosts in facilitating this very memorable day for many of us who have probably come here for the first time, or many of us are visiting a UN facility for the first time. Let's put our hands together for our host, our Director General and UN Resident Coordinator. As our District Governor Shehzan mentioned, all 3 Lions Day with the United Nations events this year, of which today is the first, share the same theme: hunger, nutrition, and wellness. Working together is nothing new for Lions and United Nations. As you saw in our opening video, Lions and the United Nations have had strong partnerships for more than 70 years. These partnerships have improved and continues to improve lives and communities around the world. Here in our own city of Nairobi, we are very grateful for the ways this global partnership stretches across borders and continents. There are so many different teams that support our gatherings, and still more who come from far and wide to participate. Let's join our friends and colleagues in across this year's event by making the most of our time together in here in our lovely city of Nairobi. Despite this shared theme, each Lions Day with the United Nations event is as unique as the city hosting it. Different speakers with a shared passion and insight to combat global hunger, food insecurity, lack of proper nutrition, and the deterioration of mental, emotional, and physical wellness are here to guide us. Hunger, nutrition, and wellness are not a new cause for Lions International. Lions and Leos have worked to address them for many years, but there remains much more to be done. We are very privileged to have here with us our International President, Brian Sheehan, and our LCIF Chairperson and immediate past International President, Douglas Alexander, to celebrate this momentous occasion with us. Our hope is that you leave here today with the information and inspiration to make a difference in your own community. And just to conclude, a few moments ago, our International President and our LCF Chairperson had a meeting with our Deputy President, and together with the support of our District Governor, Shehzan, and District Governor, Daniel Elkins from District 22A, we have taken up the call of His Excellency, the President of Kenya, to plant 15 billion trees in the next 10 years in Kenya, and we, the Lions, have taken the first step and committed to 10 hectares of land that have been allocated to us. And this coming Saturday, our International President and our Foundation's Chairperson are doing the momentous tree planting ceremony to start the bigger program, that the Lions of Kenya are going to be involved in. With these few words, I wish you all a lovely Lions Day with the United Nations, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Dr. Shah. We are so glad to have you as our event chairperson, and our sincere appreciation to you and your team for having organized this wonderful event. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Director General of UNON, Zainab Hawa Bangura. Madam Zainab from Sierra Leone, Madam Zainab from Sierra Leone holds a bachelor's degree from Fourah Bay College in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and advanced diplomas in insurance management from the University of London and Nottingham University. She has served on various positions in the government of Sierra Leone, including Minister of Health and Sanitation and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. She began her United Nations career in the United Nations mission in Liberia, where she was responsible for the management of the largest civilian component of the mission, including promoting the capacity building of government institutions and community reconciliations. Before we hear from Madam Zainab, let's see how Lions are supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals through their service around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Director General of UNON, Madam Zainab Hawa Bangura.
Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Brian Sheehan, Lions Club International President, Douglas Alexandra, Lions Club International Foundation Chairperson, Dr. Ahmed Salim, International Director, Vijay Kumar Raju, Lions Club International Foundation Trustee, Dr. Manu Shah, Lions Club International Foundation Trustees and Chairperson for this event, Shehzad Luhar, District Governor and Director of Ceremonies, my colleague, friend, and brother, Dr. Stephen Jackson, Resident Coordinator of the United Nations Office in Kenya, United Nations colleagues, government officials, Lions, Leos, partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, and as Director General of the United Nations Office at Nairobi, I am delighted to welcome you here for the 45th Annual Lions Day with the United Nations. I wish to extend a special welcome to His Excellency Deputy President of Kenya for his first visit to our United Nations Gigiri complex. Your Excellency, I am delighted to welcome here to UNON, the United Nations headquarters in Africa and the Global South. It is a privilege and an honor to have you here with us today. As you already heard from Shehzad, our complex is not just the seat of United Nations Office at Nairobi, but also the global headquarters for the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and the United Nations Human Settlement Program, UN Habitat. Since the land for this complex was generously gifted to the United Nations by the government of Kenya in the 70s, we have grown to become the largest UN footprint in Africa and the biggest UN complex in the world, truly making Kenya the heart of the United Nations operation and activities in Africa and the global south. In this regard, it is also an enormous honor for me to welcome our long-term partners, the Lions Club, back to our complex. The Lions Club has always worked in close partnership with the United Nations, as you have heard. The joint work and hard dedication of your volunteers goes hand in hand with the mandate and mission of the United Nations to improve the well-being of people in need everywhere. Both our organizations are also based on the same principles, a vision of realizing a world in which all countries and people work together for the betterment of humanity, of working in solidarity to serve those most in need of assistance, and to build a better world for all. Since our collaboration in drafting the United Nations Founding Charter, the Lions Club and the United Nations have gone strength to strength in our partnership for the last 78 years. And it is a partnership that we at the United Nations continue to hold in the highest esteem. Since its founding in 1917, Lions Club International has grown to become the world's largest service organization, with 1.4 million members across 50,000 clubs in over 200 countries and geographical territories. Today's event celebrates the Lions partnership with the United Nations that began in 1945. It speaks directly to the lasting impact and powerful partnership that Lions have had with the United Nations ever since. The work that you do in communities around the globe powerfully contributes to achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that the most vulnerable and marginalized are not left behind, helping to realize the ambition and vision of Secretary General Antonio Guterres' common agenda. On behalf of the Secretary General and the entire UN family, I thank you for your vital work. I wish you all the best for a productive conference, enriching discussion, and fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, Ms. Bangura, for your address and for your great hospitality to all our delegates at these premises. Our next speaker is an extraordinary leader whose enthusiasm and vision are helping to make an incredible impact, not just here in Kenya, but all around the world. As part of a four-generation Lion family and a technology executive with more than 4 decades of experience, International President Brian Sheehan brings small-town hospitality and global innovation to Lions Clubs International. His kindness, creativity, and optimism brings people together, and he inspires us to dream big and to think outside the box. Before we hear from him, let's see how his leadership is helping people around the world to understand that together we can achieve great things.
No one could have built this ballpark on their own. It was a team effort. We built a baseball diamond that is probably one of the best ones in the state of Minnesota. Every one of our members has put their blood, sweat, and tears into being able to do this. And not only the money, but all the work involved. It's an ongoing project, and you make it better all the time.
Hey!
We invite new people that have moved into our community. And younger people who have grown up here, and we say, can you come help us? We don't bring them to a meeting. We bring them to an event that's fun. We get them involved in service immediately. That's how we grow our club.
They're pretty good.
What you gotta do though, now that we have you?
We have 20-year-olds to 90-year-olds. That's my vision for this organization. Lions Service is a team effort. Alone, you can plant a tree. Together, we can plant a forest. You don't realize right away how big of a team we are. We are 1.4 million people in over 200 countries, in over 48,000 clubs. It's huge. And beyond our own clubs, we are doing great things through our foundation. LCIF is Together We Can on a local level and a global level. We support our foundation, and our foundation supports us. There's no better way to leave a mark on society than by being a lion. We make our community better, and you feel good about it. What I like most about our ballpark is that anybody coming to the field sees Lions Memorial Park. They know we built this. It makes you proud that you're a part of that. This park pulled our Lions together, but it really pulled our community together. Together we can, together we will.
Karibu and welcome, United Nations representatives, Lion dignitaries, Lions and Leos. It is truly an honor to join you today for Lions Day at the United Nations here in Nairobi. I am so excited to share this moment with you, the friends, the colleagues, and partners who have worked so hard together to sustain this enduring relationship and the principles that we uphold. Since our founding, Lions have dedicated themselves to supporting the needs of people in their communities around the world, without limit and without exception. And even though the way that we serve the world has changed over the years, why we serve still remains the same. We serve because it takes kindness to make the world a better place. Kindness. It's the most powerful tool that we have. It defines who we are as Lions and Leos. It's what unites us and drives us forward. Wherever there's a need, Lions will be there, turning their kindness into action. We see that spirit of kindness at work in our 1.4 million Lions. We see it in the impact of our 49,000 clubs. We see it in the incredible service of our Leos and Lions around the world. But in order for kindness to grow, in order to achieve even greater things, we know that we have to work together. And that's why our partnership with the United Nations is so important. Lions Day with the United Nations is a celebration that takes enduring partnership between our historic organizations. It takes great partnerships to raise awareness for critical causes and needs, to measure and report on the effectiveness of our report and our work, and to find new and innovative solutions for growing challenges. We need partnerships to create a more compassionate world where everyone is treated with respect and dignity, a world that's healthy and safe, a world where hope shines brightest, because everyone observes it. Over the past years, we have faced many challenges, and one of the greatest is the conflict we see in the world. Even now, wars continue, and they start anew. In 2022, over 100 million people were forcibly displaced from their homes, according to the United Nations estimates. Think of the scale, 100 million people. Think of the families that have been uprooted, displaced in their own countries, or sent fleeing across borders to seek refuge. Think for a moment what it's like to be in their shoes, struggling to find access to food and shelter, education and health care, struggling to survive. We had a great discussion this morning on how we may be able to help each other and continue with our great partnership in regards to the refugees we have, in partnering up with UNODC to help with social emotional learning with our Quest programs, and how we can continue to work on e-waste programs to be able to help our environments out. They're all very important and had great discussions on that today. That's why we are so important. For more than a century, Lions have answered the call when the world needs us. We provide service to a world in need. In the past year alone, Lions from around the world have worked together to help more than 250,000 refugees and displaced persons find safety and sanctuary and hope through 53 grants and 14 partnership projects. Our global foundation, Lions Clubs International Foundation, has provided more than $2.8 million to aid these efforts. This is the kind of impact we can have together. And this is what we were built to do. Another challenge that we are facing is hunger. Entire communities and far too many families are suffering from chronic malnutrition and food insecurity. That's why hunger is one of the Lions International's global causes and a priority for the United Nations as well as the world. As Lions, we serve to help communities thrive, and we know that having access to nutritious food is critical for health and prosperity. It is estimated that more than 800 million people go to bed hungry every single night. And that number has only grown over these very difficult past few years. And so we take action. In 2022, Lions served nutritious meals to 70 million people through more than 256,000 service projects. And that includes more than 6,500 hungry projects throughout Africa from clubs like Benin, Virtual Lions Club in Nigeria, who partnered with an international food production company to provide meals to children and adults at a public park. That is why we are capable of doing things together. And this is why we serve. And we serve our communities of the world in so many other ways. Just last year, Lions have helped more than 439 million people by saving sight, by responding when natural disasters strike, by helping children and families living with cancer, and so much more. We do it by seeing a need and running towards it, never away from it. We serve, we act, because we know that our kindness matters. And our partnership with the United Nations only empowers us to serve more people in need, to bring communities closer together, to create peace and understanding among the world. I am so proud of the work of each and every Lion and Leo here. We saw so many great events in the last couple of days and so many more to come in the future. I am so proud of what we've accomplished through our work with the United Nations. But our work is not done. We have to continue to work together to fulfill our mission and the responsibility we share to those who depend on us, because we know that together we can achieve greater things for our communities and our world. Together, we will rise to meet the growing needs to our communities and our world. Together, we will help people live healthier, more hopeful lives. Together, we will continue to stand for cooperation, peace, and harmony in this world. And together, with our most celebrated and historic partner, the United Nations, we can do more than change communities. We can transform nations. And together, we will. Thank you.
Thank you so much, International President Sheehan, for your inspiring words. We are grateful for your presence here with us today and your leadership and example to Lions, Leos, and humanitarians around the world. And thank you for making this an awesome year for the Lions and Leos. It is now my honor and privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who has brought great change to the nation of Kenya in just 5 months in office. Lions, Leos, distinguished guests, please welcome our Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua.
Thank you very much. The Director General of the United Nations office here in Nairobi, Zainab Bagura, the resident UN coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson, President, International Lions Club Foundation, Brian Sheehan, former President, International Lions Club Foundation and Chairperson, Douglas Alexander, the Lions and the Leos, United Nations diplomats, ambassadors and other dignitaries, distinguished guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, I'm pleased to join you this morning for the 45th Lions United Nations Day. Mr. President, at the onset, I wish to appreciate the role the Lions Club plays in moments of challenges, especially during the height of COVID-19. Although we are not yet out of the woods, your 48,000 clubs across the globe and more than 1.4 million volunteers made great impact to humanity as lockdowns and clouds of uncertainty rocked the world. You saved many lives. This global kindness towards humanity is bold and it matters. Mr. President, we meet here today under the theme, Hunger, Nutrition and Wellness. When the globe, Africa, the Horn of Africa, and Kenya in particular, are reeling in the negative effects of climate change has increasingly triggered serious negative ramifications on Kenya, Africa, and the globe. While Africa contributes less than 3% to climate change-related pollution, it is severely impacted. Current and recent extreme weather and climatic conditions, including heat waves, wildfires, floods, hurricanes, and several missed rain seasons have been experienced across the globe, with vulnerable countries suffering more. We are in a crisis. No doubt, the world is bleeding from the impacts of climate change. Kenya is bleeding from the impact of climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to demonstrate the impact of climate change, Kenya has consecutively missed 5 rain seasons. We are deep into the longest drought in 4 decades. As a result, more than 5 million Kenyans are facing starvation in 31 counties across the country, where livelihoods worth $1.5 million have been lost in the last 1 year. Wildlife, one of our leading foreign exchange earners, has also not been spared. The drought is threatening to drive the world's heritage, the wildlife, to oblivion. Between November 2022 and January 2023, we have lost 1,180 wild animals in drought, key among them 262 elephants. We are spending over $3 million in 3 months for water and feeds to sustain the wildlife population alone. We hope to receive rains to reverse the dire situation during the October to December 2022 season. However, the rains were sparse and meager to guarantee any positive impact. Prospects indicate that the country may enter the rain season from the 2nd week of March 2023. But going by past experience, it is not guaranteed, mainly because of possible climate change disruptions. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the situation is no better in Somalia. The situation is no better in Ethiopia. The situation is no better in Djibouti. The situation is no better in Sudan, neither it is in the South Sudan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya and the Horn of Africa are in crisis, largely due to the impact of climate change despite our limited contributions to this phenomenon. One of the key drivers of climate change is the rising levels of greenhouse and other emissions, with carbon dioxide being one of the leading causes of global warming. As of 1992, global emissions stood at 27 gigatons annually. With increased industrialization and other human activities, global emissions have hit a wanton 40 gigatons as per the latest records. On the other hand, the UN has reported that each new year is hotter than the previous. In spite of this rise, Kenya as an emerging economy contributes less than 0.1% of the global greenhouse emissions annually, but we are suffering more. We are also implementing diverse measures of cutting down our emissions by 32% by the year 2030. For instance, we are implementing Jaza Miti, that is Fill Kenya with Trees initiative led by President William Ruto, targeting 15 billion trees by the year 2032. This will increase the national tree cover from 12.13% to 30% in the next 10 years. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, however, Kenya and the rest of the Horn of Africa is sinking deep into more crisis, even though our contributions to global warming is negligible as compared to the industrialized world. With the worsening situation in Kenya and many parts of Africa, there is no respite despite various international commitments and frameworks against climate change. For instance, increased global warming means we have fallen short of implementing the UN framework conventions on climate change of 1992. We have also neither adhered to the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 nor the Paris Agreement of 2015, just to mention but a few. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while Kenya is taking immediate and a few long-term measures in response to drought and famine, We cannot manage the situation alone. We need children in school, otherwise they will be left behind. We need safe pregnancies and deliveries. But malnutrition among expectant and lactating mothers and children threaten to erase gains already made in suppressing mortalities in these vulnerable groups. The ripple effect is that hungry people cannot escape poverty. They cannot be healthy. They cannot go to school. They cannot be peaceful. In short, there is a direct link between food security and achievement of all the sustainable development goals in which we seek to leave no one behind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals calls upon us to embrace partnership in development. This is only possible if we partner in implementing of climate action commitments and other frameworks. For instance, we need to prioritize implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Egypt COP27 decisions, majorly on establishing and operationalizing a fund for loss and damage for climate justice. We also need full commitment and implementation of the contribution of $100 billion towards climate change mitigation measures. In this regard, development countries need to honor the Paris Agreement for the emerging economies like Kenya to implement their side of the bargain as we seek to collectively lower the average temperatures rise deeper than 1.5 degrees Celsius target in our climate action. As highlighted earlier, Kenya targets to plant 5 billion trees by 2027 and an additional 10 billion trees between 2027 and 2032. To catalyze this plan of afforestation, Kenya should also benefit from carbon credits from countries which cannot necessarily reduce their greenhouse emissions. Further, such funds can help us in strategizing better on adoption and integration of climate-smart sustainable development and other resilience plans in line with the development agenda of the Kenya Kwanza administration over the next 5 years. On this note, I invite you and the Lions clubs across the nation to join us in this call for planting trees. Each tree by a lion will be a great green bullet towards a sustainable tomorrow for all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while these are more long-term plans, we cannot escape from the current reality. While we appreciate the UN family and other national and international non-state actors for their support of the more than 47.8 billion Kenya shillings towards emergency response in the past few months, the situation is dire. We need at least 57.36 billion for short-term and mid-term programs, which will be gradually implemented until October 2023. In an effort to make food more affordable, we have also subsidized production by availing farm inputs at cheaper rates. But for sustainability, we call upon more partnership and commitment to long-term solutions. Some of our other long-term investments include drilling of more boreholes, intensifying water harvesting through mega dams across the country. This will restore human dignity and put Kenya back on the trajectory of realization of Agenda 2030 of the UN alongside our own Vision 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 45th Lions Day, the world and humans are interconnected. If we have to save humanity from the threat of extinction, my burden must be your burden. We must stand united or we perish. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for being with us here today. We are grateful for your leadership and insight as we continue to make a difference in our communities and through our collective partnership. International President Sheehan would now like to present you with a token of our appreciation for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a short tea break, and I request you all to please be seated as the dignitaries on the dais proceed for the tea break. Earlier this morning, we had our dancers, the Sarakasi dancers, and they mentioned three very important words that I request all our delegates from outside Kenya to remember. The first one was Jambo, which means hello. Then Asante, which means thank you. And the last one, Hakuna Matata, means no worries. This morning has already given us a lot to digest. We can all now stretch our legs and head outdoors for a quick tea break. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your tea break, and please be back in the room by 11 a.m. sharp.
Hello, everyone. If everyone will please go ahead and head outside for the tea break. Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed that short tea break. Nevertheless, we have taken 15 extra minutes. So the earlier we settle down, the longer time you will have for your lunch break as well.
That's a good incentive. Let me just turn on my mic.
Okay.
You could just offer them money, see if they like go for offer them money or something.
Offer them money.
Money, sorry.
Lions, Leos, please take your seats. Our executive officers are coming into the hall. If anyone has dropped a new mobile SIM card that has not been used yet, if you know you're missing a SIM card, please come to the dais and collect it. Okay. Right, please welcome our International President, Brian Sheehan, Lori Sheehan, and our immediate past International President, LCIF Chairperson. Please take your seats. Lions and Leos, welcome back. This morning, one of our videos was accidentally cut short, but it is important to see how Lions and Leos are taking action around the world to meet all the 17 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So let's have a look at that video once again. Our next speaker is United Nations Resident Coordinator, Dr. Stephen Jackson. Dr. Jackson is from Ireland and was appointed as the UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya in March 2021. He brings close to 30 years of experience in international development, peace building, and humanitarian affairs to the position, including more than 10 years in sub-Saharan Africa. He holds a doctorate in cultural anthropology and a master's degree in public affairs from Princeton University, USA, as well as a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stephen Jackson.
Lions, Leos, Excellencies, friends, hamjambo na karibuni Kenya, na karibuni Gigiri, which is to say greetings to you and welcome both to Kenya and to the United Nations here in Gigiri. I have to speak after three very august speakers leading up to His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and then immediately after the tea break, so no pressure, I guess. So if I'm going to do that, I think I had better start bold. So let me begin with a bold claim. It seems to me that there have been three truly universal, global, historic, revolutionary texts in the history of humanity. The first is the United Nations Charter itself, with its extraordinary promise to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. I sometimes joke a little mordantly that it's a good thing that that isn't included in my performance assessment every year, because we don't seem to be doing so terribly well right now at saving this generation from the scourge of war. But, joking aside, the United Nations Charter, as we saw on that wonderful video this morning, you, the Lions, were amongst the very honored midwives to that historic document back in the 1940s, and I salute you for it. The second extraordinary document is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, with its equally ringing promise that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. And the third is the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the SDGs, about which we've heard so much already this morning, with an equally extraordinary promise, and I quote, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda presents itself as a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. It also seeks to strengthen universal peace in larger freedom. We recognize that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, is the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. So, talk about pressure. This extraordinary promise of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the SDGs, so solemnly adopted by the 193 member states, from many of which you come, in October 2015, that promise is going to be my theme this morning. So first, Governor, Presidents, friends, a quick recap of the history. The Sustainable Development Goals, as you no doubt know, are enshrined in a special and dedicated resolution of the United Nations General Assembly, a magnificent hall on which, to some extent, this hall is modeled. And that resolution was adopted in October 2015, and it represented the outcome of a really arduous multi-year negotiation process amongst the 193 member states to set an agenda that would succeed the Millennium Development Goals and would see us all the way to 2030. And if I can insert a particularly sentimental note, anybody know who the two countries were who led those negotiations? David? Kenya and Ireland. How good is that? Yeah? So what's the promise of the SDGs? I'd argue that there are three, and why do I claim it is so revolutionary, so radical, so innovative? I think there are three dimensions in particular of those 17 goals that I want to underline for you this morning that really give that transformational promise, the promise of and a plan for a roadmap to a more just, inclusive, and sustainable world. Well, actually, I've given the game away. It's those three things. It's just, inclusive, and sustainable. Just. So the first thing that is striking about the Sustainable Development Goals is their universality. The Millennium Development Goals, on which the Lions worked so hard, targeted really vital but slightly traditional indicators of development progress. Really important things like reducing maternal mortality or increasing primary school enrollment. Very, very important. But for me, the MDGs still maintained a view of development that was in some ways wrong, because they maintained a view of development as something that the developed, the rich world had, and something that the poor, global south, needed. The 17 SDGs turn that upside down and explode it. Because the SDGs bind on us all. All, what are we, nearly 8 billion people? 193 member states. They bind on us all, rich or poor, north or south, rural or urban. And no country, actually, is performing uniformly well across all 17 of them. Let me just give you one illustration of this point that I was just sharing with President Sheehan. Anybody know what percentage of Kenya's energy per annum is generated by renewable energy? Anyone? More? Anyone else? 93. 93% of Kenya's energy every year is generated from renewable sources. Solar, hydro, wind, but particularly geothermal. Now, I could put various countries in the room on the spot and ask you, but let me do it to Ireland instead. Ireland is at a disappointingly small 13.5%. And we're one of the windiest countries in the world, and we've got a lot of water as well. We don't have a lot of sun. Yeah? So no country is doing uniformly well across the SDGs. That one, by the way, is SDG 13 on climate action. When I was working in New York in 2015, when the SDGs were adopted, a few days afterwards, I was in a cab. Douglas, this is your hometown. You probably saw it too. I was in one of those famous New York yellow cabs, and on the little mini screen was already a video from the mayor's office in New York about how New York City aspired to reach the SDGs. Not a video saying they already had, because they hadn't. So, universality. The SDGs bind on everybody, and they incarnate a different vision of what it means to develop. The second radical dimension of the 2030 Agenda is, of course, sustainability. That's a term that gained momentum from the global climate fight, of course. It's associated with the environment. We think environmental sustainability, but actually, Agenda 2030 enshrines a much more interesting multidimensional notion of sustainability. Yes, one is thinking climate, but you're also thinking about the lessons, the hard lessons that other kinds of crisis have taught us about other kinds of sustainability. Are our development pathways climate emergency proof? Good question. But are they financial crisis proof? global financial meltdown proof? Are they future pandemic proof? So sustainability for the SDGs is understood across environmental, but political, economic, and social, including particularly health, notions of sustainability. So the SDGs brilliantly foresaw many of the crises with which we're now contending. The third and final radical dimension of the 2030 Agenda, in my view, is that central principle of leaving no one behind. So you heard already, it was very kind of you to rehearse my biography, so I'm trained as an anthropologist. The US anthropologist James Ferguson, who was a bit of a critic of the development endeavor, he once described development as, quotes, the anti-politics machine, a Cold War invention for talking about engineered social change in the global south without actually acknowledging the global ideology and the politics that go around those processes of change. For me, leave no one behind is what brings the politics right back in front and center, because it's all about justice, it's all about inclusion, it's all about putting inequalities back at the center of the development debate. Why? Because persistent inequalities, first of all, are not fair. Secondly, because they're not actually economically efficient or sustainable. My brother, Keith Hansen, the head of the World Bank here in Kenya, is very fond of saying that no country in economic history has graduated from the middle income bracket, where Kenya finds herself now, to the upper income bracket, where Kenya aspires to be, with the kinds of levels of internal inequality that Kenya currently has. Keith talks about the speed bumps on a Nairobi road. Those are the inequalities that we have here, but those are not unique to Kenya. My country is growing more unequal. In fact, globally, inequality within countries and between countries is at higher levels than we've seen since the late 19th century. And that, the third reason one should be concerned, is that you can't live with that level of inequality for long without trouble coming. It is very, very bad for social cohesion and ultimately for political stability. Now, leave no one behind, the central brilliant principle of the SDGs. It strikes me that that's absolutely what you Lions are about. You aspire, through your global service, enacted right around the world, but right on the ground, to leave no one behind. And we here in UN Kenya and in the United Nations around the world, that's what we're pledged to do as well. And it's really an honor for us to be working with a government that is deeply, deeply committed to that too. This new government has come in talking about bottom-up development and bringing everybody into that remarkable development story that Kenya has been pursuing for the last 20 years. This time last year, we in UN Kenya had the honor with the former president, President Kenyatta, to launch at State House what we think is the first ever national Leave No One Behind report. And it was a really fine-grained, granular analysis of how well the country is doing in the aggregate, but where the pockets of population, the pockets of geography, the pockets of potential exclusion persist. And we've put this central principle at the center of everything that we're doing with the government and people of Kenya, and really looking forward to deepening our partnerships with you in that area. But, friends, I've been rather, well, if I'm being kind, I'd say lofty. If I'm being less kind, abstract. Let me try and make it a bit more concrete. So, let's look at our themes for today: hunger, nutrition, wellness. And let me try to demonstrate, just very concretely, some of the things that I think are quite innovative that we've been able to do with Kenya's government and people to leave no one behind across those three themes. I'll just give you one example each. Clearly, there would be many more. You heard in loud tones and very worried tones from His Excellency the Deputy President this morning about this unprecedented drought emergency affecting Kenya. and the Horn of Africa. So close to 6 million Kenyans, we believe, in the course of 2023, living in what we call the arid and semi-arid lands, the ASALs, will be exposed to deep food insecurity, hunger, and potentially famine, though we're not there yet, because of a drought worse than any known in recorded history. We've literally never had 5 failed rainy seasons in a row. That's 2.5 years. Some parts of the country, 3 years without a drop of rain. And that, as you heard from His Excellency, is a direct consequence of the climate emergency. Kenya's always known droughts, but it's never known them with this frequency, with this severity, with this longevity. But Kenya also boasts a really remarkable nationwide digital payments platform called M-Pesa. Now, I don't know how many, obviously Kenyans in the audience will know it very, very well, but I don't know if any of the visitors have had an opportunity to try it out yet. If I need to, while I'm talking to you, I can pay my electricity bill from here. M-Pesa is literally astonishing. Well, we've joined up with Safaricom, with the Kenya government, with the United States government, and through the World Food Programme to launch something called Lisha Jamii, through which more than 500,000 families over the last 6 months have received a payment of about $60. It's 6,500 Kenya shillings in electronic cash transfer support every month. It's about $60 a month. It's transformational. Well, but it's thank you, but it's a shared endeavor. It builds on this platform that Kenya boasts, M-Pesa. It builds on the Hunger Safety Net program that Kenya government already has, and it partners, as you've heard, with US government and many others. It's transformational. Why? Electronic mobile cash transfer, whether you've used M-Pesa or not, you're probably familiar with the idea, right? Somebody somewhere can put the list together and can literally press the button, the money arrives. Right? It's instant, it's frictionless, it's cheaper than distributing relief food, right? There's no transport, no logistics. That's normally about 30% above the basic cost of the food that we have to provide, and it can be much more than that in very hard-to-reach areas. It's completely transparent. We know exactly who's receiving the money and who's not, and it is therefore completely accountable. The lists are drawn up by the communities themselves, with the county and national government, and with UN. And the large preponderance of those receiving the money are women in those households. You can probably fill in the dots as to why we're preferring to send it to women rather than men. The money stimulates local markets. It helps build the long-term social safety net, but perhaps most important for me, it's just more dignified. I cut my teeth as a relief worker here in this part of the world in the Great Famine in Somalia in 1992, and I remember these queues all day in the hot sun of tens of thousands of people waiting to receive a bowl of rice, waiting to receive a bowl of whatever we had, of beans. You get cash, you're not exposed to the opprobrium of people around you in the community. You can apply it to buying food if that's what you need, but you can also put it to the school fees if that's what it takes. Right? So it's just better, 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 better. And I can't tell you how moving it is to be alongside one of those families when the SMS message arrives and there is the 6,500 shillings for the month. We're deeply proud of this partnership in Lisha Jamii, which I think of as a model of an innovative, high-tech, 21st century emergency response to hunger. Let me talk about nutrition. Rather similar, because we've taken a similar approach there to improving long-term nutrition outcomes. My dear sister, Shaheen Nilofer from UNICEF, our UNICEF country director, is going to be speaking to you a little bit later this morning. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder if I'm talking about niche, Shaheen, but you can always do a bit more. This incredible program that UNICEF has, again with the government and this time with the European Union, niche, nutrition improvements through cash and health education. So despite some amazing progress in Kenya overall, still about 1 in every 5 children grows up stunted in Kenya due to under or malnutrition. So again, working with Kenya government, national county levels, with the European Union, and led by UNICEF, we've been providing mobile cash top-ups to recipient families, but in addition, providing nutrition support and positive parenting counseling in a united package. And that's been done in 2 counties, Kitui and Machakos. It's been incredibly successful. We saw an almost 50% improvement in minimally acceptable diets, 40% improvement in drinking water treatment, and a 30% increase in household hand washing during the pandemic. So if you've got success like that, what do? You scale it up. So we're taking this out now to 5 counties: Kitui, Marsabit, West Pokot, Turkana, and Kilifi. And this time, the work is being funded by the government of Kenya and with 5-year support from the World Bank and the UK government. And I really can't wait to see, Shaheen, the amazing results from this program. Finally, wellness. So again, under the SDGs and within the National Development Framework, which here in Kenya is called Vision 2030, the Kenya government has made a deep commitment to achieving universal health coverage, UHC. That means healthcare for each and every Kenyan. And a critical piece of that, the first stage of it, if you like, the foundation, is primary healthcare, PHC. Now, since 2017, UN Kenya and the government together have been pioneering work on doing public-private partnerships to achieve development at scale in Kenya through what we call our SDG partnership platform. So, on the healthcare side, with the US government and with McKinsey consultants, a few years ago, we together commissioned a market opportunity study on primary healthcare to find out just how big the private profit-making opportunity was to deliver primary healthcare. So that's establishment of, management of, or the supply chain to primary healthcare clinics. Anybody want to guess how big the opportunity is in dollars? Per annum? $6 billion. It's a $6 billion market for the provision of primary healthcare in Kenya. You can imagine that that study got a few people interested. So since that study was published, and with very careful nurturing and curation, UN and government together, through this SDG partnership platform, we've seen big private sector concerns like Royal Dutch Philips begin rolling out support to opening PHC clinics in key counties like Makueni. And there's already a $120 million private sector investment pipeline lined up to crowd into the PHC sector. So if there's anybody here with a large checkbook who wants to invest, let me know. So these are just a few examples of how we here, in partnership with government, with bilateral partners, but also with organizations like Lions, we're trying to bring innovation to the fight to leave no one behind. And it's something that the 25 agencies, funds and programs of UN Kenya and our almost 2,000 staff think about every day. But as I draw to a close, and you'll be relieved to hear I am drawing to a close, on this Lions UN Day, I really want to return to saluting you and the really powerful central role that Lions have played down all the years at both global and at national levels here in Kenya and elsewhere. So to begin with, I don't think I can do better than to quote my former boss, the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, when he spoke at the celebrations, the convention to mark your centenary as Lions in 2016. He said, and here I quote, "The United Nations deeply values our collaboration with Lions Clubs International. Our relationship dates back to the adoption of the United Nations Charter more than 70 years ago in San Francisco, when Lions Clubs helped to formulate the non-governmental section of our founding document." Wow, that's some history. Huh? So you were right there at the birth. As I put it earlier, you were the midwives. And since then, Lions has strongly contributed to United Nations programming, to UNICEF, to UNEP, to UNODC, to many others internationally and here in Kenya. You work with and strongly support many of our agencies, including, I mentioned, UN Environment Programme, whose global headquarters is just a couple of hundred meters from us right here on this beautiful campus. Just as vitally, your 107-year-old tradition of dedicated service, I think, helps open our eyes to the promise of a better world. And I mean open our eyes, of course, literally and metaphorically. Here in Kenya, the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital, just here in Loresho, Nairobi. It covers a radius of 250 kilometers out of Nairobi and brings in over 5,000 patients a year for free, remarkable sight-restoring surgeries. I really want to salute you for that. But all of you, everywhere, in your chapters, in your bodies, and individually, you're contributing every day to that remarkable promise of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. You're contributing to its vision of a just and inclusive and sustainable form of development. And I'll wind up by quoting another American anthropologist. I mean, you know, you can't blame me for pleading to the trade. This time it's Margaret Mead. She famously said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And so, again, in 2016, just after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, speaking to your centenary convention, Ban Ki-moon said, "The United Nations counts on Lions members to support the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The SDGs build on the achievements of the Millennium Development Goals to promote equitable and inclusive progress for all mankind, all humankind, on a healthy planet. Success will depend on innovative and effective partnerships." Excellencies, friends, Lions, Leos, every day around the world, and by your impressive presence here at Lions Club's International Day, you're embodying that partnership to help all people realize the promise of the SDGs. And one more quote from the SG, "The altruism embodied by the Lions Clubs is a constant reminder of the tremendous potential for mutual support that exists among humanity. By working together, we can create a world of dignity and opportunity for all." Asanteni sana, as we say in Kiswahili. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen Jackson, and rest assured that we as Lions will continue supporting the United Nations and the SDG goals. In fact, one of the principles you mentioned about leave no one behind, we're going to start off with that today, and we're going to ask our International President Brian and Chairperson Douglas that during lunch break, they speak to you. We don't want you to be left behind, and they're going to convince you to join our association. For more than 50 years, LCIF has been helping Lions everywhere to serve their communities. In addition to helping our members serve in the areas of vision, diabetes, childhood cancer, the environment, and hunger, LCIF is also focused on providing young people with opportunities to succeed, assisting Lions in disasters, and supporting a wide variety of humanitarian efforts implemented and coordinated by Lions. LCIF has been hard at work empowering our members to fight hunger and food security and raise awareness around nutrition and wellness. Here, to give us an update on our foundation, is current LCIF chairperson, immediate past international president Douglas Alexander. But before we hear from him, let's watch a short video about one place where LCIF is making a huge difference.
I've been a Lion a long time. Our motto is "We serve," but until the Lions have to serve your community, you don't know what those words really mean.
For over a century, these words have meant that Lions work together to encourage peace, enable prosperity, provide support to those who need it most, have never been greater. Empowered by Lions Club's International Foundation, Lions always answer. Providing assistance for children with cancer.
And in Africa, for example, we estimate around 100,000 children develop cancer every year, and probably around 90% of them die, most of them without even a diagnosis. And the main reason for this is really lack of specialists who can deliver evidence-based care in these centers.
Our patients are on treatment and in this journey for so long that they need additional outlets to help get them through their time.
Helping pick up the pieces after disaster strikes.
We're going to have people that are displaced right now from our community that's probably never going to come back to our community.
Kerala had the most devastating flood in the past 100 years. Nearly 200,000 people were displaced.
Teaching the next generation of leaders.
Creemos firmemente que el futuro de nuestro país y de nuestro mundo está en los jóvenes y por eso los apoyamos.
Lions Quest is a program that creates leaders, and that is what we need. Leaders in industry, leaders in colleges, leaders in social circles.
Improving health and well-being, including the gift of sight.
We are not ophthalmologists, but we can clearly see that our kids have issues, especially with seeing.
Assisting refugees around the world.
Tych uchodźców naprawdę napływało bardzo do nas dużo w pierwszych dniach wojny i my tutaj dzięki dobrej organizacji samorządu szczyckiego, pana burmistrza, którą przebyli niekiedy głodni, zmarznięci i w szoku i wystraszeni. Tak, sytuacje naprawdę były różne.
Whenever there's a call to serve, Lions always answer. Right alongside them is LCIF.
Life is a challenge like anywhere else in the world.
There's several million Lions worldwide, and every Lion should support and need to support Lions Club Foundation.
I also feel grateful to let people know that there's more than just their family and friends and the hospital. There's Lions clubs that can help when it's needed.
LCIF magnifies the impact of our work, empowering each of us to do more than would be possible without grant funding.
Thank you to the Lions Club International Foundation.
Dziękuję wam.
Whenever the more than 1.4 million members of all ages across 190 countries hear the call, Lions always answer.
Please welcome our immediate past international president and LCIF chairperson, Douglas Alexander.
It's
Still morning. Good morning. Distinguished guests, Lions, Leos, I am the immediate past international president and chairperson of our foundation, Douglas Alexander. LCIF, the grant-giving arm of our association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the ways our global foundation and Lions support the UN Sustainable Development Goals through our service, empowered by LCIF funding. Lions believe in changing the world by serving the needs of our local and global communities and are responding to challenges with kindness and care. As the only foundation to empower service of Lions worldwide, Lions Clubs International Foundation supports our service through grants and programs that magnify the impact of our clubs and districts around the globe. Since 1968, our global foundation has awarded more than $1.2 billion and more than 18,000 grants. These grants have created brighter futures for people in need in communities where Lions live and serve. Wherever they are, Lions and Leos make a profound difference with funding from our global foundation. The Lions Clubs International Foundation's cause areas reflect the spirit of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. LCIF is already making it possible for every Lion and Leo to improve health worldwide by increasing service impact in diabetes, vision, hunger, childhood cancer, and the environment. In addition, funding from our global foundation supports Lions' work with youth, disaster relief, and other humanitarian efforts. With steadfast support from our international foundation, each of us is helping create healthier, more promising futures for children, families, and communities across the globe. Some of our life-changing service is taking place here in Africa. To date, Lions in Africa have received more than 1,100 grants, totaling more than $219 million. More than 300 of these grants were awarded through the Sight First program, which enables Lions, healthcare providers, and other partners organizations around the world to fight the major causes of preventable and reversible blindness and assist those who are blind or visually impaired. Lions of Africa are also very active in supporting measles and rubella immunization, providing relief to people impacted by natural disasters and addressing the health and educational needs of children in their communities. And Lions and Leos are gathered here this week to participate in several days of service activities benefiting the people in communities throughout Kenya, made possible through LCIF support. Nearly a dozen projects focused on vision, hunger, diabetes, the environment, and a variety of other humanitarian efforts showcase the breadth and global impact of Lions service. Special thanks to our partners organization Special Olympics for joining us in some of these activities. LCIF funds are also helping improve outcomes for children battling cancer through our partnership with the Texas Children's Hospital Global Hope Program. Additionally, the foundation maintains a strong commitment to continue in the fight against river blindness and trachoma, alongside our partner organization, the Carter Center. LCIF also partners with Latter-day Saints Charities to fight the majority causes of preventable and reversible blindness and assist those who are blind or visually impaired. With over 11 projects across Africa, Latter-day Saints Charities supports Lions' work in vision by improving existing infrastructure and training local personnel to provide cost-effective services and create sustainable eye care systems. Grant funding like this is only possible through continued support of LCIF from Lions, Leos, Lions Clubs, partners, and friends of the foundation. Our world continues to need Lions, and Lions need funding from our global foundation to magnify the impact of our service. This past year, our foundation announced the successful completion of Campaign 100, the largest fundraising campaign in our organization's history, which raised more than $325 million for LCIF. Lives will be forever changed because of the grant funding made possible by this historic campaign. But there is still so much work to be done. I ask that you help us build on the success of Campaign 100 and grow our fundraising so Lions can continue the important work of serving a world in need. To all of the Lions and Leos listening today, tell your partners in service about the important work your global foundation empowers us. Host a fundraiser or support LCIF with a club or personal contribution, and then take advantage of the abundant grant opportunities that LCIF provides. And to those of you who are not currently members of our Lions family, I welcome you to support Lions Clubs International Foundation if you are moved by the good that Lions together with LCIF create. It's clear that the needs of the world are great. That's why dedicated Lions and Leos serve. Together, through our continued partnership with the United Nations, we proudly help people in the world live healthier and better lives. As many of you've seen on television, the earthquake that shook Turkey and Syria, our foundation, within hours, had approved a $200,000 grant to help the people in Turkey and Syria. We know that the need is much greater than that. This morning, I heard on the news that more than 12,000 people have lost their lives, and they're still looking for people in the rubble. So there's plenty of work to do. The need of our service is greater than ever. Thank those of you who have stepped forward so far since we've been here. I put out a pledge that we can raise at least $100,000 during the time that we're here for this UN Day and this World Week of Service. I'm quite confident. I am quite confident that we can achieve and exceed that goal. As of last night, I think we were at about $35,000. So thank those of you who have stepped up to the plate. There's time and room for much more. And I would be remiss if I didn't make an appeal to those of you in the room who are not Lions. Why don't you become a part of this great association? It gives you an opportunity to truly make a difference in the lives of people. How will you be remembered? What will your legacy be? As Lions, we truly say we feed the hungry, we clothe the naked, and we have give sight to the blind. What a beautiful legacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, immediate past International President Alexander, for reminding us of the importance of supporting our foundation and the many ways it continues to empower our service around the world. As you heard, our immediate past President and LCIF Chairperson has made an appeal to all of us in this room to support the recent earthquake that's happened in Turkey and Syria. If anyone does want to make a pledge or any contribution, please get in touch with our LCIF trustee, Dr. Manoj Shah, or one of the LCIF staff that we have, Marie Clark. If you can, yes. Please get in touch with them, and we will definitely recognize your contribution at this LDUN. Our next two speakers are representatives of the Congress for Global Communication. CGC is a US headquartered international advocacy and public sensitization group making a significant impact in global spaces around sustainable goals and civil communication. While they come to the dais, that is Dr. Sonia Robinson and Dr. Phineas Kinuthia, let's take a look at a unique education partnership happening here in Kenya through LCIF.
the Kaani Lions School in rural Kenya, today is a celebration. A new primary building will open, offering a renewed sense of hope and opportunity for the children in the community. For while education is a basic human right, in this part of Kenya, its pursuit is fraught with challenges. Children walk long distances to the nearest school, and they arrive to crowded classrooms with as many as 100 students per teacher. Many families live on just $1 a day and lack the means to provide their children with basic essentials. And seasonal droughts mean that many of the students arrive hungry and thirsty. The Lions of Japan saw these conditions firsthand when they visited the region and were inspired when they learned that LCIF and the Lions of Greater Nairobi had been working with the Kaani School for over 20 years, building classrooms, donating books, and providing food and medical care for the students and their families. The Lions of Japan asked how they could provide additional support.
And that's the beauty about Lions, that whichever place you come from, at the end of the day, you're all Lions, you're all ready to serve, and you all want to help the community and the less fortunate in our society.
Through LCIF, a partnership was formed, and since then, the Lions of Japan have donated more than $450,000 towards improving the Kaani Lions School. Before, this was Kaani, and today, this is Kaani. Thanks to the generous donations from LCIF and the Lions of Japan and the Lions of Greater Nairobi, the renewed Kaani Lions School has become a reality. Boarding facilities and additional infrastructure were added to the secondary school. A new nursery school was built that can accommodate 120 students. And today, the Lions of Japan are attending the ribbon cutting of a new primary building with bright classrooms with desks and learning materials, clean bathrooms with running water, and a new backpack for every child. The investment is changing lives.
I want to be a lawyer. When I'll be a lawyer, our community will change, and I'll make sure the community is well.
I'd like to be a civil engineer and help my society. When I get good education, it will help me achieve my goals, and even it will mold my future.
The youth are the future of our country, and by giving them a decent education, we are going to really brighten the future of this country.
And this is just the beginning. The Lions of Japan and the Lions of Nairobi have made a long-term commitment to improve the Kaani Lions School, ensuring that they will continue to make an impact and change lives.
今日来て目の当たりにして見させていただいて、子どもたちの笑顔に私は勇気づけられました。
To the Lions Club of Japan and to the Lions Club all over the world, we can say thank you. We appreciate all the support that you gave us.
We say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Lions.
Thank you, Lions, very much, and we are very grateful.
When LCIF and Lions work together across borders and around the world, that is the power of service.
Our first speaker, Dr. Sonia Robinson, worked with the leading automobile company General Motors as a sales manager for 45 years, bringing in a wealth of experience in cross-functional leadership and collaboration with teams. Since retiring, she has been concentrating on her award-winning organization Congress for Global Communication as president and founder. Dr. Sonia will also welcome Dr. Phineas Kinuthia, who is an acclaimed speaker, an educator, mentor, and a change strategist. He is also an entrepreneur and also an author of several 5-star rated books and a recipient of several recognitions by world leaders. Please welcome Dr. Sonia Robinson.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. So I wanted to start out by saying thank you. Thank you to His Excellency, the Lions and the Leos. Thank you for the United Nations, the delegates, the dignitaries, and the ladies and gentlemen for this opportunity to share with you about CGC. We are honored. The team here with me today, Dr. Shaw, Dr. Soyam, I don't see them. I thought they were going to be here with us, but we are honored to be here today. This is a dream come true for us because this is just not something that happens to everyone. So I just wanted to be honest and put that out there for you. Presenting here at the United Nations has always been a dream of mine. So I want to start out by saying, who would know that the audience that we would be speaking to is the Lions Club International? Who would know that? Who cares? Who serves? Who accomplishes? Who promotes peace? And whose 1.4 million members around the world does exciting work, amazing work to support the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, as I was just introduced, I'm Dr. Sonia Robinson. I am the founder and president of Congress for Global Communications. I am also an ambassador for Civil Peace and World Civility. I was once asked this question: do you consider your career as a fulfilled story or a timeless initiative? After thinking about that, I said, communication is timeless. It gives a great deal of thought, and after a great deal of thought, I came up with this solution here, and I said that communication is timeless. I believe this because the need to effectively initiate and respond to various modes of communication will always exist. Our world is filled with unhealthy patterns of communication. My career is a timeless initiative that I am firmly committed to in the hopes of making a global impact in the world. Our vision exists to promote diverse and inclusive dialogue resulting in civility for all. Our mission is to build global connections and communication for the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals by providing training, policy recommendations, empowerment forums with an overall scope of transforming the world. Our purpose is to encourage dialogue, to impact humanity through collaborative global communications, to be a resource and authority for Sustainable Development Goals. Members of the Executive Board are civility and global ambassadors for change. The team was designed to bring together the brightest minds from around the world to begin dialogue on global issues and is committed to elevate and inform people with the knowledge to advance their causes. Our objectives and goals are aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are all familiar to everyone in this room. And it's also the blueprint to achieve a better and more equitable future for all. In addition to that, CGC was created to empower leaders by using their voice to speak up and out front on real global issues. Leaders learn strategies within the team and tools to assist them in building connections around the globe to impact change while creating a more diverse and inclusive world. Our goals: provides a safe platform to learn and discuss global issues, welcomes expert knowledge of various disciplines from across the world, unite diverse perspectives and backgrounds, create positive dialogue and strong foundations for the process of understanding and healing on challenging topics of discussion, positively change how the world is viewed, and encourage civility for all by creating opportunities for growth utilizing communication tools. We reach across all ages to achieve sustainability. We establish communications among all generations to close the widening gap between ages, beliefs, and cultures. Now, I have three questions that I always put out there, because I know somewhere this is in the back of someone's mind. My first question is always, how do we create a world that is safer and sustainable for generations to come? We can't address every issue. However, when we see something that we think is important, it's important for us to take a stand on. It is imperative to speak out, especially on issues such as wellness, on zero hunger, on climate, on social injustice, just to name a few. But by doing so, we will support our vision of becoming more diverse and inclusive globally because of our values, our beliefs, and our vision. As we pivot to something beyond or feel uncomfortable about certain things, embrace that moment, because that's how we're going to grow. We can do big, profound things for the country when we work together. We need everyone. We were all created to be of service to each other. Second question, how do we create sustainability in all our member countries? The only way to have sustainability in the world is promoting civility and having conversations that matter, where people have voices of equity at the table. They have a shared purpose, they have global action, and they're leading the way for civility. I Change Nations, founded by Dr. Clyde Rivers, a leading voice of world civility, selected CGC as the Organization of the Year for 2022. CGC is recognized as an inspiration model to rising generations that will bring value, culture, and ideas to the nations of the world and make a global difference. As a member of I Change Nations, I started an initiative, Conversations That Matter, over 5 years ago. And since that time, Conversations That Matter has been reached in over 26 countries. I launched an International Proclamation Day titled International Day of Mastering Conversations That Matter, which is celebrated and observed globally on April 17th. I Change Nations Civility Network and having conversations that matter are the pathway to creating sustainability. And I always throw this one out here. Is there more than one perspective? Think about it. Humans are a product of their environment. Our surroundings influence our behaviors, our cultures, and our thoughts. To embrace inclusive and diverse thoughts, we will need everyone at the table, where everyone has a voice. That collectively is our truth. Every human interaction has one critical element, and that critical element is communication. We're not here to solve problems. With our World Civility Network and with our History Collide dialogue, we can become a vehicle to help others develop positive problem resolution tools. Communication opens up windows for opportunity. I have 3 takeaways from this group today. The first takeaway, global connections. CGC would like to partner with individual leaders from around the world to work with CGC on SDGs, Sustainable Development Goal initiatives, as speakers, as forum leaders, and provide resources. So Sonia, what are you saying? If I reach out to Dr. Shaw, and I'm just using him because I know him, and I said, well, would you consider facilitating a forum in Kenya for Congress for Global Communication? You know, we would come in and assist, or, you know, if you just want us there for just to be there to help you out, we can do that as well. And then in some cases you may, or I may say, I'd like to have some additional people from your area as part of the Congress. Is that feasible? Is that possible? The second one, worldwide collaboration. CGC is looking for groups and organizations to help spread the CGC message and align with the CGC goals. And then finally, partnerships and advocates. CGC aligns with and support leaders and organizations to advance worldwide civility and sustainable goals. Should have brought some water. If you're interested in connecting, please reach out to a team member or myself. And we have Dr. Crystal on the end here. She's monitoring the display booth, so please see her. We are looking for some participation or additions to the team today, so please don't walk out the room without just stopping over to see her, to say, hi, I'm interested, what's next steps, what do I need to do? But together, we can reach the UN Sustainable Goals Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So with that being said, the next person that I'm going to bring up is Dr. Phineas Kanethia, He's going to talk to us a little bit about climate, we call it global climate civility. And then this afternoon, we'll have a presentation from Dr. Miratoni Yamat, and she'll be speaking on reduced inequalities. So thank you. Again, my name is Dr. Sonia Robinson, and I'd like to close out with this quote. Sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that's a quote by Gro Harlem Brundtland. So again, thank you, and I'm Dr. Sonia Robinson.
Good afternoon. Jumbo. My name is Dr. Phineas Kinuthia, and I'm going to discuss with you and bring awareness to one of the SDG goals, goal number 13. I've been tasked with creating awareness because as an organization, CGC, Congress of Global Communication, our intent is to be able to bring awareness and create, foster dialogue that advances sustainable goals. So to all the Lions, Leos, dignitaries, ambassadors, distinguished guests, and delegates, I would like to observe all protocol. So the vision, as said, the Congress of Global Communication exists is for us to promote diverse and inclusive dialogue, resulting in civility for all. And we're looking at the issue of climate change as an issue of civility for all. And so our climate action team, our objective is to create goals, global awareness on how to take sustainable action, both personal, institutional, in order to mitigate the impact of climate change. We know that climate change has been is caused by increase in the amount of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide in the atmosphere, which causes the Earth's average temperature to rise. According to the World Health, climate change is the single biggest health threat facing humanity. And as we heard from the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi, that we are in a crisis because of the climate change. And so climate change is impacting human lives and health in variety of ways, whether it's extreme heat, whether it's air pollution, environmental degradation, increase in allergens, as well as water and food supply. And as we're looking at the theme for hunger, nutrition, and wellness, we can identify how climate change is impacted that. Furthermore, climate change is undermining many of the social determinants for good health, such as livelihoods, equality, and access to health care and social support structures. So as an organization, our intent is to move, to foster that just, inclusive, and sustainable push of the sustainable goals. Let's move forward in looking at climate change at a glance. According to Johan Rockstrom, the director of Potsdam for Climate Impact Research, he said that 9 of the 16 tipping elements are showing signs of instability. And if it's pushed far, will shift from supporting humanity to undermining humanity. Climate tipping elements are the critical large-scale components of the Earth system, which are categorized by a threshold behavior. These systems appear to remain stable with increasing global temperature, but starting at a particular global temperature threshold, very small additional disturbances can cause a tip. And this qualitative new state then will cause a tipping that without further external force. So when we look at the triple planetary crisis, such as climate change, biodiversity, and nature loss and pollution, there's an increase that is increasing and affecting human rights across the globe. We have to identify that from climate change-induced drought, that is precipitating hunger and famine around the world, to pollution that is contaminating water sources everywhere, the global environment crisis is disproportionately impacting the world. I want to look at the impact of climate change on health. Climate change impacts a wide range of health outcomes, whether we look at the exposure to rising temperature, more extreme weather, increased carbon dioxide levels, as well as rising temperatures that bring severe weathers. We look at the statistics that show every year environmental factors take the lives of around 13 million people. Over 38 million people were newly displaced by climate-related disasters in 2021. Looking at the multi-stressor situations such as impact on vulnerable population that also damage the social and physical infrastructure necessary for the resilience and the emergence response team. And so we want to acknowledge and congratulate and thank the Lions team for the work they're doing in their responses to some of this climate change impact, such as feeding 70 million people last year. Looking at climate change, its impact is on the vulnerable, the people whose health is being harmed first and worst by the climate crisis are the people who contribute least to its causes and who are least able to protect themselves and their families against it. Climate-sensitive health risks are disproportionately felt by the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, whether it's women, children, ethnic minorities, poor communities, immigrants, older population, they are being impacted. As the Deputy President said this morning, that Kenya only contribute less than 0.13%, but the implication on Kenya has been catastrophic. So climate change will worsen existing disparities in social condition and health, especially in the global south. So in the short to medium term, the health impact of climate change will be determined mainly by the vulnerability of population, their resilience to the current rate of climate change, and the extent and pace of adaptation. And on the long term, the effects will increasingly depend on the extent to which transformation action is taken now to reduce emissions and to avoid the breaching of dangerous temperature threshold and potential irreversible tipping points, 9 of the 16 of which are showing their signs. So health systems are the main line of defense for the population faced with emerging health threats, including from climate change to protecting health and avoiding widening health inequalities. Countries must build climate-resilient health systems. A look at the health system and a human right. CDC defines climate justice as all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, are entitled to equal protection from environment and health hazard caused by climate change and equal access to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policy. The 4 of the substantive rights are directly related to climate change and underscores the importance of climate action. In the report provided by the World Inequality Report, it says that the disparity in health and climate action is a political choice and not an inevitability, which calls us to take action and to begin to mitigate the impact of climate action on health and wellness. Prime Minister Mia Mottley in Barbados said this, that we will, and I quote, "We will be stuck about the fact that 40% of the world is burning and drowning, and those with the greatest capacity to do something are not doing something." Hence, we propose the preventative and adaptive action, such as setting up extreme weather early warning system, improving water infrastructure, can reduce the severity of this impact. As observed here in Kenya, the increase in budget allocations that is leading to water supply. The Deputy Vice President mentions that one of the greatest challenge right now is the water challenge across the entire country. Climate action requires significant financial investment by governments and businesses, but climate inaction is vastly more expensive. So one critical step is for industrialized countries to fulfill their commitment to provide $100 billion a year to developing countries so that they can adopt and move towards greener economies, just as the Deputy President mentioned the need for financial infusion. Systems to produce and package and distribute food generate third of greenhouse gas emission. So more sustainable production would mitigate climate impact and support more nutritional diet that would prevent close to 11 million premature deaths a year. And so in conclusion, I want to give key messages as we look at climate from a civility strategy, taking climate action from a civility strategy. Number one is that the key message is that climate action is a civility strategy. Educating and capacity building on the relationship between health and climate change needs to occur from the grassroots level all the way to the top level. Fostering a global approach to civil and inclusive communication on health and climate change, a global approach, not just for the first world countries, but also for the developing countries to begin to understand how to mitigate and reduce the impact of climate change. Personalizing the climate civility, where everybody understands, be kind to you and be kind to your environment. Key message number two is the most vulnerable are most at risk. And so as an organization, climate change does not impact everyone equally. We need to understand the less considered are the most impacted, and inclusive and equitable systems are required to empower the vulnerable and promote their resilience. It is an interesting fact that less than 2% of the multilateral climate finances goes to health projects. Hence the need for programs like the Lisha Jamii that is helping the most vulnerable that are impacted by food shortages because of the climate change. Finally, key message number three, what gets celebrated gets repeated. Prevention provides protection. Preparedness and prevention can protect people from impacts of climate change. Apart from just responding to the crisis, what are we going to do to respond to the crisis, to make a difference? I want to finish with a quote by Lao Tzu that the key to growth is the introduction of a higher dimension of consciousness into our awareness. And so we want to encourage and support the UN, the Lions Network, and all of the organizations that work together collaboratively to move this conversation forward in the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Phineas and Dr. Sonia Robinson, for those presentations. I would now like to request you to please come down, as our international president, Brian Sheehan, would like to make a presentation to the both of you with our peace poster plaque. Thank you. Another thing in Kenya, to increase your appetite, we have some entertainment, which is a dance and a song together. So I would like to call our Sarakasi dancers once again on stage to make their performance so that we could have an appetite for our lunch break in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarakasi dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. It is 12:40 and we'll have 1 hour for our lunch break. Please be back in the hall by 1:40 p.m. Lunch is being served in the tents outside. Thank you and have a lovely lunch break. We'll request our executive officers to leave and the rest of us will follow.
viens prendre la photo.
I'm very pleased to address you today
centered. Who, me? Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Lions, Leos. I request you all to please take your seats. We are starting in the next 2 minutes. Sorry? You need some water? Huh? Not now, when you come to speak. Okay. Raphael. Yes.
Before we start this afternoon session, we would say, ladies and gentlemen, we all know about the tragic earthquake that has taken place in Turkey and Syria. We have lost almost 11,000 lives, and I would like us all to take a moment of silence and be upstanding to reflect upon all those.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Huh? Lions, Leos, please take your seats. ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from our LCIF chairperson some moments ago about the devastating earthquake that happened in Turkey and affected Syria and Cyprus as well, and we have lost almost 11,000 lives in this particular devastation. I request all of us to kindly rise for a minute of silence and reflect upon those who have passed on in this particular devastation. May the Almighty rest their souls in peace. I stand corrected. We have lost over 16,000 lives as we speak, and still counting. Welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch. This morning was great, and we have more to share with you this afternoon. We'll continue with our program by welcoming our next speaker, Ms. Shaheen Nilofer, who is the country representative of UNICEF. Ms. Nilofer is an Indian national and holds a doctorate in gender studies and has a master's degree in sociology. She has over 30 years of experience in development sector at senior leadership positions in building large social sector development and humanitarian programs for non-profit organizations. Non-profit organizations, bilaterals, and governments in the backdrop of underdevelopment and post-conflict environment. Ms. Nilofer has worked in several countries across the globe. But before we hear from her, let's take a look at how a local Lions Club is improving health and changing lives of children.
Loresho Primary School is about 8 kilometers from Kangemi town, and those are small slums. Some of them live desperate life, but when they are assisted, they turn out to be better people.
We come here as friends of Loresho to identify their needs and meet those needs.
Wash your hands under the tea and before eating. Do not put your fingers into your eyes.
Stretch yourself, stretch yourself. Why do we have to exercise our bodies?
Be strong and
Good girl.
Good care for yourself. Raise your hand if you have ever heard of diabetes.
When you build a child, you build the country. If we don't serve these kids, chances are they will become the sufferers. And this is what we are trying to protect.
I see Lions changing the lives of these children, and it gives me hope.
Please welcome our speaker, Ms. Shaheen Nilofer.
often difficult to talk soon after the lunch, but whosoever has sequenced this session seems to have planned it well. Excellencies, Lions and Leos, ladies and gentlemen, and friends. I see the universe has gathered here in Kenya. We couldn't have asked for more than to these esteemed group of lions to be the ambassador for children of the world and of Kenya. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I feel deeply honored and humbled to present before you why health and nutrition and wellness matters. It matters more than ever before, and the situation is urgent, and the cost of inaction is equally high. Imagine a disadvantaged child growing up in one of the world's poorest countries, born to an anemic mother. She's underweight from birth, but does not receive the rich colostrum or early breast milk that can help to overcome those earliest deficits. In the first 2 years of life, she is often hungry and rarely ever gets the nutrients she needs. Often sick, she grows slowly, but somehow she survives. If she's lucky enough even to attend school, and many more are not, her undernourished body and mind makes it more difficult to learn, with deficits equivalent to a 2 to 3 years loss of schooling, thus impacting the future educational and career opportunities. When she's old enough to begin working, her diminished physical and cognitive development can reduce her earning capacity by as much as 22%, in turn making it more difficult for her to feed her own children. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine the child I just described, and then imagine millions more other children. They're all suffering from stunting, the irreversible outcome of chronic nutritional deficiency, often aggravated by illness during the critical period of pregnancy and the first 2 years of a child's life. And the damage it causes to a child's development is permanent. Can there be any question that addressing undernutrition must be a priority for us all? I don't think so. Many of us have witnessed firsthand the tragic effects of extreme food shortages, and we've all seen images in the media of children just clinging to life, their bodies weakened from severe acute malnutrition. They appear on our television screens, challenging our collective conscience. Their needs must always be addressed. Their conditions can be cured, so we believe. Stunting or chronic malnutrition remains a concern. The number of stunted children in Eastern and Southern Africa is currently about the same as 20 years ago, 27.6 million in 2000 and 28 million as we speak, even though stunting prevalence has declined. 2.6 million children were affected by wasting in Eastern and Southern Africa as recently as 2020. I would like to now show a small clipping by UNICEF's Goodwill Ambassador, as many of you would probably know, Ms. Priyanka Chopra, when she was in Kenya recently for the
Today I'm
drought in
standing at the
Kenya.
Nangole Kuruk village in a UNICEF-supported Today I'm standing at the Nangole Kuruk village in a UNICEF-supported one-stop outreach program for nutrition and healthcare for children and mothers. Imagine being forced from your home in search of food and water. That is the brutal reality for many of these families being treated in this UNICEF-supported center behind me. Some have traveled up to 10 to 20 kilometers just to get here. Today, a mother named Sarah told me about her son, Emmanuel, who she had brought in September. When she came in September, he was acutely malnourished. Thankfully, Emmanuel was able to receive help with dedicated health services and this, a life-saving paste packed full of nutrients. No child deserves to die because they don't have enough to eat. To save lives and to stop countries in this region spiraling into famine, wealthy countries must step up funding for the prevention and treatment of severe malnutrition right now.
Right, as we speak, we know the countries that are reeling under drought: Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. Kenya has often not been seen so much, given the fact that we do have a serious cases of drought, worsening cases of drought that we've seen since last 1.5 years, getting back to us because of the 6th failed rains that we confront as we speak. It's important for us to bring these issues of multiple simultaneous crises that we're currently seeing. If it is drought, it is also cholera in that very hot spots in Asal counties, which is arid and semi-arid lands in Turkana and in Garissa and few other counties in Kenya. Up to 45% of the preventable child deaths are attributable to undernutrition, and severely undernourished children are up to 9 times more likely to die than the well-nourished children. Maternal mortality linked to severe anemia and reduced adult life expectancy, linked to obesity and related health complications are additional manifestations of nutrition mortality linkages. Rising rates of severe undernutrition are serious enough, but this is coinciding with sharply decreased rates of immunization against childhood diseases, a lethal combination for malnourished children. All the efficiency gains that we've made over the years, not just in Kenya, but in many other parts of the world. First it was pandemic, second it is now about cholera, and few other conflicts that tend to have stressed the capacity of the healthcare systems. As a result, the continuity of the business of providing service delivery gets overstretched. A recent assessment suggested that undernutrition, micronutrient deficiency, and overweight at today's levels cost the global economy up to $3.5 trillion. This level of economic burden acts as a major impediment to the government's efforts to reduce poverty and to achieve targets such as Sustainable Development Goals. The cost of inaction? The cost of inaction in terms of health and nutrition for children can be significant. I narrated earlier the life cycle of the child. These conditions not only affect the individual's quality of life, but also place a significant burden on healthcare systems. Investing, therefore, in child nutrition can also have economic benefits for communities, countries. For example, by reducing malnutrition, countries can reduce healthcare cost and increase workforce productivity, leading to economic growth and development. The global crisis, including the COVID-19 pandemic, has led to economic hardship, job loss, and food insecurity for many families, exacerbating the burden of addressing malnutrition among children. The disruption of the food supply chains and closure of schools, which served as a source of daily meals for many children in these parts of the world, have reduced access to nutritious food. The COVID-19 also highlighted existing inequities in access to healthy food and healthcare, and has disrupted existing system, making it even more difficult to prioritize children's health and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, climate change is affecting food systems and food security. making it more difficult for children to access healthy and nutritious food. There are several reasons why the world has not been able to address health and nutrition concerns affecting children. There's a lack of resources, financially and human. There's a lack of a political will. Health and nutrition are often not the high priority issues of the government leaders, leading to insufficient investment in these areas. Limited access to information, inequality, poverty, lack of education, other forms of inequality can create barriers to accessing adequate health and nutrition services, especially for children from low-income communities. In 2022, as we all know, the world was rocked by a series of shocks and stresses. The third year of the most severe pandemic in a century, a major war in Europe, engaging nuclear powers, the worst global energy crisis since the 70s, the worst global inflation this century, spiraling food insecurity, a record global debt burden with 5 sovereign defaults and increasingly visible effects of climate change, including devastating floods in Pakistan and droughts in East Africa. These shocks and stresses drastically altered children's lives in 2022. From attempts to recoup pandemic-induced losses in education to the mass exodus of children from Ukraine, from other countries as well, and from rising child malnutrition and record number of children in humanitarian need to young people's leadership in the United Nations Climate Change Convention Conference of the Parties COP27 and protest movements around the globe, children faced new and emerging challenges. As we speak, we heard Shahzan speaking, we saw the devastating impact of earthquake in Turkey and northern Syria. The phenomenon has been described what we call as polycrisis. The presence of multiple near-simultaneous shocks with strong interdependency among them taking place in an ever more integrated world. The Russia-Ukraine war provided a vivid example of how these interdependencies operate. The conflict sparked a sharp spike in food and energy prices as well that has roiled global markets, led to rising global hunger. Children in the polycrisis is a crisis, automatically an opportunity? My take on the question is yes and no. It's obvious how crisis can serve as a catalyst for change. The European Union's drive for renewable energy caused by the Russia's war in Ukraine and the subsequent gas crisis is a recent example. However, we should not blindly follow the narrative, crisis is an opportunity. Instead, we should focus on how to prevent crisis in the first place. A crisis is not only an opportunity for change, but also a reminder of failure. Yet we seem to stumble from one crisis to another. While we put out on fire on one, we create two more. We now see the recent most devastating crisis as we speak of the massive earthquake. We need to step away from short-sighted political decisions and embrace more fundamental means of coping and preventing crisis. Food and energy have been the leading components of global inflation, triggering an aggressive rise in interest rates, as you all know, by each of the world's major central banks. Rising interest rates have driven up the value of the dollar against other currencies, harnessing developing countries' access to external financing and raising the burden of existing debts. Why am I talking about all of this? In each of these causal chain, shocks prey on existing vulnerabilities. Global food insecurity was elevated before the war and has become a permanent feature of the climate era. Inflationary pressures were already building as a result of the pandemic. Record debt burdens, both public and private, were amassed over the last decade during an era of low interest rates. As in 2022, ladies and gentlemen, the polycrisis appears poised to shape children's life in 2023. That is because a polycrisis is inherently hard to solve. First, interdependency means that trying to solve one shock or stress can exacerbate another, just as efforts to tame inflation in the West through higher interest rates are increasing debt servicing cost in developing economies. Secondly, a globalized world ensures that the effects of stretch far beyond their source, as witnessed by war in Europe, intensifying food insecurity in East Africa. Third, those knock-on effects can be difficult to untangle, given the degree of global integration, and we live in a highly integrated world. For instance, lockdowns in China caused some supply chains, as you all know, to snarl up, while others proved resilient, reflecting the complex patterns of global manufacturing and trade. Institutions and policymakers themselves are under stress and hugely, overly overwhelmed, as evidenced by the limited fiscal space many governments face as they seek to respond to multiple simultaneous urgent needs. A polycrisis has the potential to snowball into further instability, as we all know, and ultimately to systemic breakdown. It is also feasible that polycrisis precipitates momentum for positive change. Our Global Outlook 2023 in UNICEF highlights that medical breakthroughs that we saw, sparked by the pandemic responses that can help drive the fight against child disease over the next decade, and the faster transition to greener energy prompted by the last year's concerns over energy security. While the polycrisis may appear to be fleeting, we are concerned by a more structural, inescapable change in the medium-term outlook. The first is geopolitical. Great power competition, already anticipated to be a defining feature of this century, has intensified quickly and sooner than expected, raising the spectrum and the specter of conflict factionalism among nations and a breakdown in a global cooperation. The second dimension is economic, as I mentioned. A productivity slowdown, demographic shifts, and highest interest rates have combined to make the economic outlook for the rest of the decade appear decidedly weak. The third dimension is environmental. The effects of climate change all around us will not only worsen in the years ahead, regardless of the future emission levels. These three headwinds prove and provide a grim backdrop for the reminders of the 2020s, a period in which the world has set targets for transformational development for children, for women, via the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This is the context, ladies and gentlemen, in which children's development and efforts to support it must now occur. Geopolitical tensions could undermine cooperations on global issues that affect children and push children issues further down the list of government priorities as security concerns rise to the force. A poor economic outlook augurs greater child poverty, less public and personal investment in children's nutrition, education, and safety, and more limited prospect for children as they exit childhood and enter the world of work. Our challenge is to navigate this environment as well as possible. Doing so means urging leaders, all of you, to set aside geopolitical tension when it comes to children's issue, where there can be a common ground. It means prioritizing, protecting the younger children, the younger generation in economic recovery and humanitarian relief. And it demands accelerating climate adaptation and mitigation to make the best possible world for tomorrow's children. As you know, the logistical bottlenecks continue to plague supply chain. The United Nations brokered Black Sea Grain Initiative allowed safe passage for food exports from some Ukrainian ports has been essential to reducing global food shortage. But challenges remain. Grain exports volumes from Ukraine are still lower than they were before the war, amid congestions-related delays and higher shipping, freight, and insurance costs. This initiative is vital to food security. Export restrictions continue to pressure food prices. What does the Global Nutrition Report as recent as 2021 tell us? The financial cost of addressing poor diets and malnutrition have risen while resources are falling, but the cost of inactions are far greater. We would need an average $10.8 billion additional financing annually between 2022 and 2030 to meet the global targets on stunting, wasting, maternal anemia, and breastfeeding by 2030, allowing for the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. Previous estimates were an additional $7 billion annually. At the same time, the total economic gains to society of investing in nutrition could reach $5.7 trillion a year by 2030. Such enormous cost results from economic growth foregone and lost investment in human capital associated with preventable child deaths, 45% of which can be ascribed, as I mentioned, to poor nutrition, as well as premature adult mortality linked to diet-related NCDs, which is non-communicable disease. Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that a public-private collaboration can be crucial in addressing undernutrition among children. This is because undernutrition is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach and resources from both public and private sectors. For policymakers to achieve the goal of ending all forms of malnutrition will require actions that go beyond macroeconomic growth and promoting sufficient household incomes to meet the basic needs. Leadership plays a very crucial role in addressing undernutrition among children. Effective leaders can create and implement programs, policies, and strategies aimed at reducing undernutrition through a variety of means, increasing access to nutritious food, promoting local agriculture food security program. Leaders can work to improve the availability and quality of health services, raising awareness, addressing steps to take addressing poverty, which is a major and root cause of undernutrition. Collaboration, an even broader coalition that joins the forces of the food, health, and development communities and ecosystem, integrating our efforts as never before. There are numerous estimates of the setup and recurring cost associated with this measure, as I mentioned, to reduce undernutrition. For example, achieving a 40% reduction in stunting by the year 2025 would cost the world $8.5 per child per year over 10 years. This figure roughly translates into $49.6 billion over 10 years in the form of additional benefits required to scale up investment. The return on investment are very high, and I'm really in love with this term. It's almost like a leitmotif. The World Bank has shown how investment in nutrition yields a return on investment as high as $35 for every dollar invested, roughly about $18 as a return on average, with immediately measurable and long-term results. It is, ladies and gentlemen, widely acknowledged that tackling nutrition in all its form is not a luxury. It is an economic necessity as much as it is a moral imperative. I see in all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lions and leos across the world gathered here to be such a powerful advocate for children at such a critical time. We need other governments to follow. We need everyone to affirm that children's life matter. For if we do not, we will see decades of progress in child survival slip through our fingers. None of us can tolerate that. Not even when we know what works, not even when we know how to deliver that. The cause of stunting may be complex, but in the end, our choices are simple. As simple as whether a child can thrive, a child can survive. As simple as a child can learn and a child can earn. As simple as whether a nation can take crucial steps to lift the people out of poverty. We do not have a moment to waste. I thank you all for hearing me, but more so, I thank you all for caring about this very crucial issue. Thank you, and Asante Sana.
Thank you so much, Nilofer, for that wonderful presentation. And I'm shocked you already know a bit of Swahili, and you've just been in Kenya for, what, 2 or 3 weeks right now? Yeah, great. Ms. Shaheen Nilofer, please come to the dais in the front, as our International President, Brian Sheehan, would like to make a presentation to you of our Peace Poster plaque. In 1988, Lions established the Lions International Peace Poster Contest to give children everywhere a chance to express their vision of peace and inspire the world through art and creativity. Lions clubs around the globe sponsor this competition in schools and youth groups. This year's contest will determine the 35th Grand Prize winner and the 23 Merit Award winners. The Grand Prize winner of this contest will be announced next month at the Lions Day with United Nations in New York City. The theme for this year's Peace Poster Contest was Lead with Compassion. For 3.5 decades, this contest has engaged millions of children worldwide in a pursuit to celebration of peace. Before we continue, let's watch a short video about the Peace Poster Contest.
Sometimes the light of the world can't shine through. Wherever you turn, the beauty of the world seems lost. Sometimes, no matter how hard we look, we can't find hope. Until someone shows us. And the world is illuminated with the colors of peace. Get involved in the Lions International Peace Poster Contest. For more information, visit lionsclubs.org.
We have a special guest with us today to speak about this contest. Here in the audience is District 411A's winner, Alma Wanjiru, all the way from the city of Nakuru, sponsored by Lions Club of Nakuru. Let's take a look at her peace poster. That is fantastic, Alma. Please come to the podium to share with us a few words about this poster. Accompanying Alma to the podium is the sponsoring club president, Sarabjit Sagu.
Good afternoon, dignitaries and delegates. My name is Alma Wanjiru, and I come from Nakuru City, which is 160 kilometers from the city of Nairobi, located in the Great Rift Valley. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for extending an invitation to me and my parents to join you all at this Lions Day with the United Nations. The Lions all over the world are doing such a wonderful and noble service programs to assist the needy in our society, and I truly applaud you for this. I also take this opportunity to thank the Almighty for bestowing me this wonderful yet invaluable talent in visual art among many other talents that I have and cherish. I must say that this great opportunity that I am chance to get among many children globally comes to me as a once-in-a-lifetime gift. My special appreciation to the sponsoring club, Lions Club of Nakuru, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this contest. Today, I am deeply humbled by the fact that I have been awarded the 2022 winning poster in the Lions Peace Poster Contest for the Lions District of District 411A. I would wish to therefore call this a win, not just for myself, but for each and every child in the corners of the world, especially the children who suffer in times of war, and not to forget the ones who participated in this wonderful peace poster contest throughout the world. This is because while I was doing my painting, it was at a time when the war in Ukraine was at its peak. Therefore, this painting is mainly a glimmer of hope to any other person who lacks peace in one way or another in this world. Thank you, Lions, once again. Thank you.
Alma, thank you for sharing your poster and your thoughts. Don't leave, please. Alma? Thank you for sharing your poster and your thoughts with us today. Our International President, Xian, would now like to present to you with a token of appreciation. May I request her mom to please come to the stage in the front? Lion Sarup, thank you and the Lions of Nakuru for encouraging young boys and girls to visually express their vision of peace. Please come and accept a gift from our International President, Brian Xian. After the grand prize winner of this contest is announced next month at the Lions Day with United Nations in New York City, the grand prize and merit posters will be shared on our Lions Club's international website. To date, millions of young people in more than 65 countries have participated in this contest, sharing their original thoughts and feelings about peace. By a quick show of hands, how many of you have sponsored the peace poster or essay contest in your clubs? Come on. Right. Thank you. Thank you all very much, and a round of applause for all of you. Thank you for sponsoring that. We would love to see all your clubs sharing these opportunities with the young people in your areas and inspiring peace and understanding amongst the young. Our next guest from the Congress of Global Communications is Dr. Maritoni Yamot. Dr. Yamot was born in the Philippines and now resides in California, USA. She is a holder of Masters in Ministry and holds a double degree in humanities. Dr. Yamot is a life coach and an advocate of humanitarian services. Dr. Yamot, thank you for being with us here today, and I welcome you for your presentation on financial and wealth equity.
I just want to make sure the mic is clear. Hello and good afternoon, Excellencies, Lions, Leos, friends, and distinguished guests. Thank you for having me today. My name is Dr. Maritoni Yamot, and I am going to speak to you today about Sustainable Development Goals number 10, which is reducing inequalities, advancing financial health equity. It is truly an honor to serve with the Lions International Day in the last couple days. There's nowhere I would rather be on a day like this, to be surrounded by people who are like-minded, who have the simple goal to do nothing but to serve with all of their hearts. And I was so honored to be surrounded by people from different countries, different regions, local and national, especially the warm welcome of the Kenyans. It has been a tremendous, amazing experience having to travel around the world. Today is a very special day to me to see so many people that are focused to just nothing but serving. And to know so much more about the Lions International Club, I would like to say thank you for what you do for all these years, for all the countries that you have served. I am one of the recipients in high school of one of the scholarship in California, in Fairfield High School. It didn't even dawn to me that I'm the fruit of your labor, of all the fruit that you guys have believed and have worked so hard, and I'm here today. Thank you for CGC for this opportunity, and especially for a special invite from Dr. Manoj for believing in our group, in our team. To begin, financial and wealth equity is a very important topic because it affects overall our theme today: hunger, nutrition, and wellness. Our team goals, objectives, is to create resources that promote inclusive opportunities for investing, saving, and marketplace spending, for health equity for all, and reducing inequality, stand up and out front on all human rights disparities that encourages and allow discriminatory practices and unfair treatment of all races, creed, and color. A global look at health and nutrition. Statistically, 400 million people around the world have no basic health care. Every 2 seconds, someone between the ages of 30 and 70 dies from NCD. That's non-communicable diseases. 7 million people die every year from polluted air. More than 1 in 3 women have been sexually assaulted in such a way that it had left them with mental, physical, and health challenges, let alone the pandemic that we just passed through and what we have found out today. So I would like to discuss the next topic of health as our right to live. Health inequity, the uneven distribution of social and economic resources that impact individuals' health. All people have the right to a clean air, healthy and sustainable environment. As a human rights and environment independent, I'm just gonna go ahead and flow without my slides. I just wanted to just talk about health because in reality, we understand that when you don't have money, health will be affected. And for our theme today that we have discussed earlier is between hunger, nutrition, and also wellness. If our finances is not right and our foundation will not go further than what we are planning. We have to imagine that what Dr. Stefan shared today was very important when it comes to M-Pesa. Right now, he had mentioned something very important that captivated my mind that I really just want to just forget about my presentation, because he has seen what I was noticing as I study humanity and all of the things that is inequality and equity around the globe. I noticed that there's something's happening in Kenya. Kenya has something that the world need. M-Pesa, like what he said, is a form of a monetizing capability so that you're able to get the money from your family members to another person. But what M-Pesa done is that they have actually went back to the old school way of doing business. They listened to their consumer. They literally stepped out of the box and understand and ask for permission from central bank and see how can we build a better system in this era where we understand that many people are not caught up in technology. M-Pesa was able to create and got an approval to create what they have now so that they can able to do the transmitting of money. And then they went to the next level to actually create something where you can now lend and also open up subsidiary businesses for small businesses, an opportunity to actually bring entrepreneur to Africa. And as we understand, M-Pesa is growing rapidly in 7 countries in Africa. But when I travel in Caribbean, Philippines, and other countries, they don't have that access. If something like M-Pesa is working right now in Kenya, that means that's something that we actually don't have to reinvent the wheel. They already done the homework for us. And I thank God for listening to Dr. Stefan earlier that UN already took the initiative to actually create something for the nutritional basis to help the community that is in need, in a impoverished community, that they actually got funding to make sure that they use M-Pesa so that they can top off, the cash top off that they have today. And I was so excited that they already took that. If they already have moved that, I would like to scale us because they were going to expand it to 5 counties in Kenya. But I believe what they are seeing and what I'm explaining to you is that this is an opportunity that we can actually introduce this program or this process in other countries, in even our local community as we go back home. So I believe that this meeting is such a divine appointment. And even in what we found out today, that when we leave here today, we're not going to be the same. Because we are now in the place in the world where people are finally willing to accept kindness again. And Lion has the heart that they took the kindness as a forefront. And people, they really needed to want it. But now, because of what's going on around us, now the need of kindness and helping one another, it's so imperative that it's needed again. Because the technology is good for us to advance in technology. I'm from the United States and I live in Silicon Valley. I want us to take technology in Kenya, in every part of the world, but not take what the Western culture has to fully depend on technology. That's why CGC is here, is to create this kind of conversation so that we can dialogue what works for each different individual countries, villages, or even tribunal laws that allow them to advance or catch up, like what M-Pesa has given us that opportunity. And being here in Kenya, I seen, as we travel from one place to one place, I saw M-Pesa everywhere. So not only I know it by study, I know family, people, friends that have used M-Pesa. I've used different remit because I've done humanitarian work. I always want to make sure our missionaries gets the funds that they need or the funding for the water well. If we know for the fact that we need more specialists, if we expand the M-Pesa and the capability to bring funding in the proper way in countries like Kenya and other surrounding countries, then we will be able to invite specialists into those regions. And you already have Lions, and Lions has already expanded their territory. And I believe that this is the time for us to expand and double it up more because the world are crying for more lions in their territory. But they just don't know how to reach that. I think because growing up in California, I've seen lions everywhere. And I've watched the history where lions started. Sometimes you don't know the importance of lions until you see it from the outside of your backyard. And then I forgot, out of 20 scholarship I got, 1 was lions. And how could I not research where lions was throughout these years? I'm not gonna tell you how old I am, but so it's an honor to really truly be here. That I believe The research is great, but the numbers and what everybody has spoke today had molded into one, which is giving us solution and recommendation to make sure that the 17 sustainable goals are able to be met and also meet before the deadline of 2030. So I just wanted to just explain that, because when we start thinking about financial, one of the things that our team wanted to take away and have recommendation we discuss is actually to bring three type of things here before we leave you today. Number one is bringing digital literacy. Second is financial literacy. And then third is health and nutrition literacy. And I learned so much about the health and nutrition today. I would like to focus on the digital literacy because honestly, we don't have data system collecting information in Africa at all. In Africa, I have 42 countries. This is just an example. But if Kenya is already leading in their renewable energy, but I can't find that information anywhere, how could I follow that pattern, what Kenya's doing, if we don't collect data? So it is important for us to collect data. And that's also why M-Pesa is doing great, because they're taking their time to write it manually, doing the old school way, and transition it in the technological way with entering data. Not only they create, you can say, an opportunity for digital literacy, because once your mind is able to be accustomed of learning something basic, just data entry, then eventually you'll know that you can accomplish many things. I'll give you one example. When I travel, I meet with different orphanage and different elderly, and they always tell me I can't read and write. And then when I visit them in the following year, they said, hey, can I get your WhatsApp so I can text you? I thought you can't read and write. But I started to see a momentum that if somebody showed them how to do the basic thing, they can actually skip the 20th century mindset to the 2023 mindset that we have now without having to have that fear, because sometimes changes cause fear. It's a natural reaction. When you try something new, I like everything the same way, I want to eat the same thing, but when I try something new, I think that I'm allergic to that food, but it's not really, because my system is not used to that. So when we try something new like digital literacy, we have to introduce that to all these areas that are in need so that they can see that there is actually a problem that we don't have to ignore, but we can now see the data and it speaks for itself. And then the second is the financial literacy. So if we're gonna open up data work in an example of M-Pesa, we're just using M-Pesa as an example, then we wanna make sure to already take the people to the next level of literacy on how to manage their money, how to make sure to invest their money, what do they do with their money, what happened, not just to live paycheck to paycheck, but there's other different ways to invest your money, or put it in, you could say, an organization like Lions that can do the work, that willing to travel outside their comfort of their home. You know, there's so much more things that we can do with finances. But financial literacy is always a need, because you can get rich fast, but it also can go, that money can go away so fast. We see it all the time. And then for us to focus on what you guys are focusing today in this topic of hunger, the nutrition and health, is that it is important for us to pay attention on what food should we put in our mouth. I remember moving from Philippines to America, I was 99 pounds, and it was easy for me to gain up to 300 pounds. Why? Because everything was accessible, everything was fast food, but nobody was telling me anything about nutrition or showing me those things. They were available in a nicer neighborhood. They're available when I went to college and got my scholarship and learned more about nutrition. But if I learned it a little bit early on, then I didn't have to go through the things that I ended up going through. Because sickness, diseases will slow your momentum, even your creativity. Even if we're trying to teach them something with data systems, something new, or financial literacy, they can't really comprehend that when they're pain in their body, or they're going through stress, or going through other things. And we know that. And also for the young people, we understand that the younger people are, you know, malnourished and other things, but they don't know that there is better way to eat certain things rather than just eating what is available and what's quick. And I just wanted for us to, you know, work together, serve together, making sure that no one gets left behind. I believe we can do that, and we will meet all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals before 2030. If we take this opportunity to understand the importance of finance and wealth equity, plus how to top advanced health equity today and not tomorrow by utilizing the tools that we learned from all the speakers today and the programs that's already available from Lions and also with UN. Such a great partnership together. Equipping our people and hiring more specialists to export the knowledge we heard today and what we learned from our experiences and begin to expand our capacity of building people and building our community. Services of mobile services and technology is a great tools, but I always want to make sure that we understand that the social skills that what I enjoy with you guys are still the #1 top priority. Understanding, working as a community, making sure that there is somebody else that can lend a hand, that somebody can explain these basic things to one another. So I wanted to say thank you to Dr. Stephen Jackson for sharing today earlier that he already started explaining about the M-Pesa. And what I love about the Lions International Club, that their foundation is that they continue to support without limit, and I agree that it takes kindness to make the world a better place. And I thank you for allowing me to be a witness and experience that and also be the fruit of your labor. And I thank you for today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yamot, for being here with us today. And I will request you to please come down as our international president would like to recognize you with our Lions Peace Poster plaque. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speakers this afternoon. As we know, diabetes is one of our major global causes for lions, and it is a disease that has a lot to do with hunger, nutrition, and wellness, which is the theme of our LDU event today. We have an array of doctors from our Lions Sight First Eye Hospital spearheading the Comprehensive Diabetes Care Center supported by the Lions of Kenya. We have with us Dr. Shilpa Mulki, a physician, diabetologist with over 10 years of experience specializing in diabetes food care and research, and has contributed to various medical journals. With her is Dr. Rilwan, head of Lions Diabetes Care Center. Dr. Rilwan holds a degree in medicine and surgery, a master's in public health from University of Warwick, UK, and postgraduate diploma in diabetes from Cardiff University in the UK. And finally, we have Dr. Fabian Collis, who specializes in biomechanics, diabetes food, sport injuries, and wound management. Please welcome these speakers who have a very interesting topic this afternoon: how to avoid sugarcoating your way to illness. Joining them on the dais is the chairman of the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital, Dr. Manilal Dodia, and the general manager of the Lions Sight First Eye Hospital, Rizwana Pirboy.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today, distinguished guests and everybody else, all protocols observed.
So today we are here to discuss the sugar-coated lifestyle. In Kenya, we are currently in an epidemiological transition. This means we have the burden of the communicable disease already with us, the likes of HIV, TB, malaria, and we are having increasing incidences, the new cases of non-communicable diseases, the diabetes, hypertension, heart conditions, as well as the respiratory conditions. So leading us into this is really the sugar-coated lifestyle. And as our speakers this morning have all alluded to, in line with our theme of hunger, nutrition, and wellness, as our Deputy President this morning said, we're facing now the pandemic of the crisis, climate crisis, in terms of hunger. And I would like to mention the concept of two types of hunger. We have the primal hunger, which is being driven by the biological state, where somebody really truly feels hungry. And in our nation right now, or rather globally, we have the available cheap foods which are really carbohydrate dense and they're not nutrient rich. And you find that the people who really don't have access to this food are also facing the burden of obesity, in the sense that what is available to them is this nutrient deficient foods, and hence this leads to obesity. Current research has shown that the really hungry people, about 32% of them are actually obese. And we also have the hedonic hunger. This is where you eat for pleasure. You really are not hungry, but you're actually eating for pleasure. So when you have these are now the fast foods that you eat, the sugar-rich foods that you eat, and it leads to a dopamine effect in the area of the brain which gives you pleasure, and people keep on consuming this. And this is where we have the pandemic of obesity, which is now hitting us in areas like this in our country, which we also have. So So this creates an environment. So when we have exposure to this high calorific intake of food, this creates an exposure to the body, especially now when we look at the beginning of life in utero. So you have babies who are exposed to a milieu or an environment in the mother which is very high in sugar. And so this changes the genes. And that is why you find a lot of these non-communicable diseases in the patients who really didn't even have a family history of these conditions, because the genes are changing, and this is what we call epigenetics. And so we have now currently the life course approach, which we are looking at in terms of looking at everybody, not only those affected in the families and have had a history of these conditions. And so I have Dr. Shilpa here with me, who is a colleague of mine at the center, who will discuss with you from the maternal aspect, how is this happening? Dr. Shilpa?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rilwan. We're both mothers, right? We've both had pregnancies, and one very common thing is that we're told, oh, you're pregnant, eat for two. While maybe Rilwan and I have the privilege of eating for two, there are more people that do not have the privilege and barely can even manage eating for one. So there are two aspects of this, leading to diabetes in childhood, in utero, right from in utero. We heard many speakers talking about undernutrition amongst the mothers in drought-stricken areas and war-stricken areas. We also need to look into the aspect of the fact that persons who are obese and who are pregnant also do predispose in utero to diabetes in the childhood as well as diabetes in the adulthood. Soon after birth, now the children come out, and of course as mothers, one of our main roles is to gratify their hunger. Again, this is where we feed into making it easy for ourselves, and we try to give them foods which are available. Most commonly, it's foods that are cheaper, more accessible, unfortunately packaged. And it's a portion of both. It's maybe sometimes 50% of junk food and 50% of natural food or food that's available otherwise, and then the portions vary. The problem is the accessibility to these foods. More the packaged foods, the poorer the glycemic control, the more likelihood of the child developing childhood obesity and then following up with adulthood diabetes. Not only does it predispose to diabetes and on an individual basis, remember it increases the carbon footprint of every individual that consumes all of the packaged foods that we're eating. So what I'd like to say and highlight also, the more important thing is that along with improving health, maternal health, and educating them as to how they must eat and why they should eat well, because it's not only for in utero and during pregnancy, but it's also for after pregnancy and when the child is born and when the child is a grown-up person. They're more prone to diabetes. Dr. Rilwan, what is the prevalence of diabetes in Kenya as we speak?
I think we don't have clear statistics. Sorry. So we don't have data as such. I think we had one of our speakers talking about data, and we are now in the process of collecting a lot of data. But data that we have from the Ministry of Health roughly runs at about 3.5 to 5%. In my opinion, what I see in the clinic, that is a little bit understated. What we have right now is increasing at the center, Alliance, which is located at the Lion Site First Eye Hospital. We have decided to screen everybody who comes into the facility for blood sugar and blood pressure. And there is no day we have less than 5 people either having high blood sugar and high blood pressure. So one of the symptoms of high blood diabetes is blurry vision. And Lions, I think, throughout the country is known for as an eye facility. So they come for blurry vision and they note their sugars are very high. So we are picking up these cases quite early. And this is as well as high blood pressure as well. And this has led to the new concept we're dealing with in the diabetes world right now is the concept of diabetes remission, or rather diabetes reversal. And this can only happen when we diagnose these patients early and we intervene using their nutrition. We intervene through their lifestyle modification. And these patients are able to go off medication. And this translates to less economic impact, especially considering that the high cost burden that is associated with this condition is really sorry about that. So the high cost burden that is associated with the condition is really crippling this patient in terms of their economy. So currently in Kenya, we stand at almost over $300 million in terms of managing diabetes. This is about 10% of the budget that is allocated to the Ministry of Health and almost 0.4% of our GDP. And the major cost burden in patients living with diabetes is in terms of medication. So at the center, we are trying to source for low-cost medications which are of quality so that we can be able to help these patients. The other aim that we have is in terms of research. Like I said, we are now going big with research in terms of collecting data and with partnerships as well, so that we can be able to have data that can help us manage these cases better. And we are so focused on this because of the disability that is associated with this condition. And at Lion Site First Eye Hospital, we are big on preventing blindness. And currently, globally, the biggest cause of blindness is diabetes retinopathy. And we are working with our colleagues as a multidisciplinary team, which we have had at the center, so that we can be able to prevent this. Coming into this is also the other major disability we are trying to prevent is in terms of amputation. And with me, I have Dr. Fabian Collis with me, where we've come up with a foot and wound center. Probably he could tell us about how we are preventing this. Dr. Collis?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rilwan. I appreciate it. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I know that when we talk at this sort of time, everyone gets nodding disease and agrees with everything we say. So I just want to talk and say that in keeping with the new government's directive, I am a podiatrist and I work from bottom up. You know, the foot is the most unappreciated part of the body, and it gets the worst treatment. It's like the donkey of the animal kingdom. It does the most work and gets no recognition for it. Now, what I want you to do right now is I want you to stand up, please, because I know it's that time of the day, so can we all stand up, please? And can we all sit down again, please? Okay. And can we stand up again, please? Now, that simple thing that you've done, nobody thinks about. But if you have a person living with diabetes with an amputation, they have to plan to do that. It takes a long time for them to be able to do that. We walk 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day. That is the equivalent of 216 million steps in our lifetime. We walk 110 to 115,000 miles in our lifetime. And that is equivalent to walking around the earth 4.5 times. I now want you to all stand on one leg, please. Okay, and for the rest of my speech, you're going to stand on one leg. Okay? So persons living with diabetes, 50% of persons with diabetes will develop what we call a DFU, a diabetic foot ulcer. And of those, 13 to 17% will end up with an amputation. If you end up with a diabetic foot ulcer which heals, you have a 40% chance of that ulcer re-ulcerating within a year, 65% within 5 years, and 90% within 10 years. So you can see how much of a problem we're dealing with. And this is if the right measures aren't taken place. It costs $237 billion, which is about a third of the total cost of diabetic complications in the US. And that has increased by 26% from 2012. The diabetic foot cost in Kenya, it costs 2,000 shillings to assess a patient living with diabetes for diabetic foot complications. 5,000 if you develop a diabetic foot ulcer, 30 to 50,000 shillings if you end up in hospital with a diabetic foot complication, 200,000 to 1 million shillings if you end up with an amputation, and if you have to remodel your foot by using vascular surgery, you're looking at up to 2 million shillings. And as we know, we live in low resource settings. Who can afford that? Your mortality rate of 5 years if you develop a Charcot foot, which is a neuropathic joint, is 29%. It's 30% if you develop a DFU, which is a diabetic foot ulcer. Minor surgery, 45%. Major amputation, 56%. A patient living with diabetes will develop an ulcer 1.2 seconds. A patient will develop a diabetic foot ulcer somewhere in the world. And a leg is lost every 20 seconds to diabetic foot complications. And 85% of this is preventable. Guys, you can put your leg down now. But you understand how difficult that was. And you imagine a patient with a disability and how much they struggle. Please sit down. Thank you very much. So what must we do when we're dealing with the diabetic foot? We must learn how to screen and pick patients up early. We must be able to educate them. And it's simple education. Involve the families. It was interesting when we were talking, our international president mentioned this morning about team. You can plant a tree as a single person, but it takes a whole team to plant a forest. It's the same thing with health. We need to form multidisciplinary teams in order to be able to create a good diabetic setup so that we can actually achieve a holistic approach to diabetes management. You know, we need to make sure we get research, we collect data. You know, we need to also train healthcare professionals. We need to train nurses. We have limited access to podiatry services in this country. So we need to start looking at training our nurses, our clinical officers, our medical officers. And we need to create an impact to reduce the number of amputations and improve the quality of life. You cannot treat a diabetic foot. No man is an island. You have to have a whole village to be able to treat diabetes, and particularly when it comes to the diabetic foot. So I just want to now revert back to Dr. Shilpa and ask, what is in nutrition, how does that affect dealing with foot wellness?
Thank you for that, Fabian. We've woken up now. Themis is the Greek goddess of justice, and she's usually blindfolded, and she carries a weight balance with her, as well as a sword. Nutrition is just like this. It's swift and just. You've heard this umpteen times, but it's not redundant enough. You are what you eat. So you eat poorly, you will perish slowly. You eat well, you will thrive. And it's an extremely important thing. And you know, the worst thing is we see the world moving towards more easily available foods when everything is really, it can be made more accessible. More healthier foods can be made more accessible. I see apples and cucumbers and everything being packaged, and the reason for why the prices go up is because one apple is available in one foil, which is ridiculous. But it is what it is, and nutrition plays a major role in foot care, because if we do not treat a patient holistically, in a person living with diabetes and even without, if nutrition plays a big role in healing. So it's all about exercise, it's diet, and it's a holistic, multidisciplinary approach also, like my colleague Dr. Rilwan mentioned. And I think that is what we need to strive towards, apart from engaging ourselves in preventative medicine in the form of screening, which is honestly a very, very simple thing to do. It's about getting a random blood glucose level and getting an HbA1c. I think it's very relevant in this day and age, and I think it's extremely important to follow through. What do you think, Dr. Rilwan?
Absolutely. I think, and that is what we are trying to achieve. I think, as the resident coordinator had these 3 pillars this morning of just, inclusion, and sustainability, and that's what we are trying to do at our diabetes center by including everybody and trying to serve everybody that walks through the door. And we are trying to build a sustainable center in the sense that with the health system at the primary care level, with our outreach system in terms of us screening for patients and bringing them back to the center and following them through, that is what we are trying to achieve. So in summary, basically, we have touched on 3 sustainable development goals in terms of no hunger, as eventually it also leads to obesity and eventually the crisis that we are currently facing. Obviously, wellness and health, and partnerships as well. So therefore, this will help us endeavor to reduce the rising burden of the non-communicable diseases that we have, and also in terms of establishing preventative strategies by leveraging, of course, on technology, as well as existing systems that we already have in place, in, for example, our diabetes center, and that would benefit the future generations. Thank you very much. I now hand over to our general manager.
Oh, thank you, team. I think it's a multidisciplinary approach that we have shown today. And as our international president did say, together we can, and that's where we end it. So together we can, if we can all say that together. Together we can. Thank you.
Can I invite our chairman to please say a few words for the Lions Head First Eye Hospital?
Thank you very much indeed. I would really like to compliment and congratulate this team that you see here. I can only assure you they are saving many, many limbs of people here in Nairobi and across the country. Always available on the telephone, always on the TV, always on the radio, guiding the entire community of this country. So mine is to really appreciate the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa, Dr. Rilwan, and Dr. Fabian. I now request our international president, Brian Sheehan, to sugarcoat you with a small sweet gift. Yeah, please come in the front to the dais. Thank you. I would now like to invite our next speaker, young and dynamic Nathaniel Uigai. Leo Nathaniel is serving as the Leo District President for the Leos of District 411A since 2021. Those are our Leos. Nathaniel, please come and share with us about the unique activity that your club is organizing on mental wellness.
I can promise you I did not pay them to do that. So let's start with some numbers, because I believe numbers are important. Sadly, 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health condition in their lifetime. 800,000 people will die from suicide every year. That is one person every 40 seconds. What that means is since the time I stood from there to now, we've lost a life. And sadly, this number is mostly between our ages, the ages of the Leos, between the ages of 15 to 29. So let's start with mental health. What is mental health? It includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we feel, how we think, and how we act. Mental illness. These are disorders that affect our moods, thinking, and our behaviors. They include depression, anxiety, addictive behaviors, just to mention a few. So wellness, and then that is one of the themes of this conference by itself. Wellness is the active pursuit of activities, choices, and lifestyles that lead to a holistic health. So question is, what are they? What are these activities we're talking about? So let's start with social interactions. How can we better our heart and our mind, right? So social interactions, engaging and connecting with others in a meaningful way. Within the short period of time that I've gotten to experience these wonderful delegations from West Africa, Nigeria, to the States, to Ghana, to Algeria, I have had the interactions, we've had conversations, and we've connected in one way or another. We've exchanged ideas, and that's a connection by itself. And as human beings, we are supposed to be social in nature. Emotional awareness, this involves being aware of our emotions, accepting them, understanding them, and also understanding those of others. Physical exercises, exactly like Dr. Fabian has just shown us, it does not necessarily involve anything strenuous. A walk, a run, a hike, yoga. Mental exercises, putting yourself in the constant thought of learning, problem solving, and creativity. Nutrition, having a good meal. A good meal is extremely important. Research has shown that the food that you eat can also dictate the moods that you have. Foods high in fats and sugars can actually dictate your mood at some point. So at some point you can be very high and excited, and in a few hours you feel low, okay? So question is, on your worst day, the day you're experiencing some sort of loss, the day you're afraid, the day you're stressed, the day you're in pain, the day you're experiencing loneliness, helplessness, heartbreaks, paranoia, or anxiety, how do you want to be treated? And the answer is very simple. If you forget everything you've learned over, my presentation, I hope you remember these 3 letters, S, D, G. And how I'll redefine them for you is by simply doing good. I think that's important. And we've learned over and over again, and even as we go to change the world, let's do it with kindness. Let's touch hearts. Let's serve with a smile on our face. Let's make an impact and do it happily, okay? So what have we done as a district? With the support of our district governor, and I think he's done a great job today. Can we clap for him? So, again, he did not pay me to say that. We've created awareness, and what creating awareness means is simply that we start talking about these topics. Talking about it helps it be less of, we get more ideas with just having conversations. We get to exchange ideas on the same. And talking about it is important. And how these discussions happen is by we creating one YouTube video. And that YouTube video can be seen thousands of times. And people know this is what to do when you're feeling low. This is what to do when you need and you want help. With that said, we come from very many organizations. And I'm extremely excited to have the United Nations here, Special Olympics, the CGC, Lions, and most importantly, our Leos. The reason I said our Leos is because I represent them, and I'm extremely proud of the people I represent. They're well-disciplined, they're energetic. Sometimes they can be loud, but at the same time, they've taught me a lot. And with this small time, what I would want, and I would want us to carry from this, is that let's give them a chance. Get them in your organizations. Give them a chance to speak in forums like this. They have great ideas, and through those conversations that we start at an early age, you build character. And you see, authority by itself has an essence of character. If you're given power or a leadership position and you have nothing, or all you do is hurt people, then that's a problem by itself. It means you're not trained enough. That does not make you a leader, it just makes you a bad manager. So with that said, please take care of your mental health, take care of your heart, take care of your mind, and make it a priority. If you can, schedule fun, okay? Have a wonderful time. My name is Nathaniel Moigai.
Wow, that was amazing, Nathaniel. And you've actually touched on a couple of areas which our international president is very fond of. You said something about stress, and he has a remedy. He has the stress penguin. And you said about having fun, and that is what we are all doing this Lionistic year. We are all having fun. So I would like you to please come forward, as our international president would like to present to you with a small memento. And he's scheduling some fun, yeah. Okay, our next speaker, David Evangelista, is one of our dear friends and a longtime partner through his work with Special Olympics, where he is the regional president and managing director, Europe Eurasia. Mr. Evangelista, or I would say Lion Evangelista, oversees a program operation in 58 countries in Western Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, and of course, Central Asia, providing strategic direction and engagement with the public and private sector to raise awareness and gain support, as well as leading fundraising efforts for the region. Additionally, he is a passionate Lion for 23 years now. As we welcome him on stage, please take a look at the ongoing work that Lions are doing with Special Olympics.
My name is Mina. I'm 26 years old. I started with ice skating for 7 years.
We went ice skating and my brother came with me and he watched me and he said, I want to do it too.
First time he told me, yeah, you can't do it, you can fall down, you can't do it.
But he was stubborn and he did it. He wore his skates and he fell.
I did.
A week later, he was asking about the ice skating and these things.
I took 5 days, I learned it. I did, I passed.
He doesn't give it.
I want it, I do it now.
Are you saying to us that we can heal the world with sport, with play, with recreation? That is the audacity of our dream.
I'm a refugee. but I'm lucky to live in Netherlands. Special Olympics changed my life. I'm healthy. I lost 20 kilos. I can speak better Dutch, more than my mother.
The Leos and the Lions are perfect partners to come into the Special Olympics because they are the change makers. They are the ones who have the power of service to make our society a more inclusive place to stay.
It's nice to be able to create friendships. I love working with Special Olympians because they're really awesome people. They're so talented at what they do.
This is my first time at World Games. It's a dream come true, basically. I was the only person who got picked out of my sport on Vancouver Island.
Yes, I'm excited.
It was really great to see all the athletes compete because it's not about winning, I think. It's more about being there and just having fun.
Volunteering is important because it opens your eyes, it broadens your horizon.
What I learned from my brother is the willpower he has.
Don't give up and try and try and try and try.
Do not underestimate the people in special need. Treat them like normal people, because they are people after all.
I can, I won't, I do it now.
I was told to time myself, so I'm going to stay on time. To all of our distinguished guests, International President Brian Sheehan, immediate International President, past President Douglas Alexander, Chairperson of Lions Clubs International Foundation, a dear mentor and role model, PID Dr. Shah, District Governor, international directors, past international directors, to the loudest and most vibrant Leo group I've seen in a long time, and to all of our distinguished guests, my name is Lion David Evangelista. I'm President, Managing Director of Special Olympics Europe Eurasia, but my favorite title is Dad. I lost my dad over the holidays. I was supposed to be in VZAG, and so I apologized to ID VJ publicly. It was for not so good reason. But I hope one day to make it up to you and make it to your beautiful city in India, and I thank you for the very generous support and invitation. I dedicate this presentation to my father, who founded Special Olympics in the state of Rhode Island. Like many of you, he chose to do something different. He chose to give of himself, and he chose to do something in the face of a world quite unforgiving. People with intellectual disabilities, Down syndrome, autism, they represent the most marginalized demographic in the world. How many of you in this room know someone with an intellectual disability? With a show of hands. Thank you. How many of you are parents or siblings of somebody with an intellectual disability? How many of you employ somebody with an intellectual disability? We saw the volume decrease as we went. That's okay, because we have Lions Clubs International and the foundation on our side. People with intellectual disabilities represent the most trafficked, the most sexually exploited, the most silenced, the most socially isolated demographic in the world. To put it into the context of the Sustainable Development Goals, every single goal, all 17 of them, impact the lives of people with intellectual disabilities. From social inequities, to climate action, to health, to education, to poverty. And so that is why, as the world in the year 2000 was focused on whether or not our watches would change from 1999 to 2000, as we wondered if our computers would adapt to a new number, Lions Clubs International Foundation, then under the leadership of PIP Jim Irvin and then International President Frank Moore, they were looking at something new as well. They were looking at a new theme of service, a new frontier: inclusion, supporting people without a voice, supporting people with hidden talents, creating a platform of inclusive development that has rocked the world and changed the lives of millions of people. And it made me a Lion. And so I have to thank the Lions Clubs International Foundation first and foremost for their deep dedication to our movement and to people with intellectual disabilities. But more importantly, perhaps more personally, I have to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a Lion, an opportunity to serve as club president of the first ever Washington, D.C. Special Olympics Lions Clubs, to serve as founding president of a Champions Lions Club in Spain, and now a member of PID Nathan's Club in London, the Centennial Champions Lions Club. I send greetings from our club, but most importantly, like Leo Daniel, can I get a Leo Daniel? I too take great pride in the people I represent, and there could be no greater pride that I could feel than representing people with intellectual disabilities who wake up every day, challenging a world to think differently, to be better. Special Olympics International is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to empowering people with intellectual disabilities through sport. We are a federation, we are lean, and we are highly imperfect. We try and try and try and try. And sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we don't. But we always lean on the creed of our movement. The same words that Roman gladiators whispered as they marched into the Colosseum: "Let me win. But if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt." They face a poverty of access that the world is only now understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this. Consider that your entire existence on this earth is defined by the word no. No, you're not invited to my birthday party. We don't invite people like you. No, we don't have teachers in this school for people like you. No, we don't have doctors trained to support the health care of people like you. No, banks don't give accounts to people like you. No, you don't have the right to vote, to participate in the politics of your country. And no, I will not be your friend because you're different. As the world was wondering if 1999 would move to 2000, Lions Clubs screamed, yes. Yes, you can be on our team. Yes, you can come to our party, the Lions Clubs International Convention. Yes, you can wear our logo. Yes, you can be part of our mission. And what's better? Yes, join our clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that you belong, that we belong to the largest service club organization in the world, and we support one of the most prolific foundations. You know that you belong to one of the most active service clubs organizations in the world. But did you know that through the creation of 30 champion Lions Clubs around the world, hundreds of Special Olympics athletes and officials who are Lions, some of which you saw today, did you know that you belong to the most inclusive service club organization in the world? That, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pride in. We are very proud to promote the ideals of Lions worldwide, from Kenya to Kansas, from Venezuela to Vermont, from China to Sacramento. We will not stop until the whole world knows that you cannot be inclusive unless you're serving, and you cannot really be serving unless you're inclusive. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to represent the Special Olympics Lions Clubs International Foundation Mission Inclusion. Just like Daniel said, schedule fun, simple. That does not take great thought. It just takes a bit of action. Our mission is to be inclusive in all we do, Yesterday, we saw the inclusiveness in sport, in healthcare. We have inclusiveness in family health education. We have inclusiveness, I'm checking the time here. I'm not going to be caught with my, okay, very good. We have inclusiveness in leadership development. We have inclusiveness in employment. We have inclusiveness in fun. We have inclusiveness in policy development. But most importantly, we take it very seriously, the role of play. There are some doctors in this room, and I am not one. But all of us know that well before we're creating sentences of prepositions and pronouns and verbs, our first language is play. You tumble, you fall, you get up. What could represent the human condition better than our very first language of wanting to connect with one another and be with one another? Lions Clubs International is the most local and the most global partner we have. They're one of the most longest standing. They represent the ideals that Special Olympics longs for, which is solidarity, unity, peace. As a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, I am jealous, healthily jealous, that Lions Clubs International was one of the founders of the United Nations. What a remarkable source of pride. And I thank PID Dr. Shah for creating such a platform here to bring us together under this banner, in this banner. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand that you are changing the lives of not only people with intellectual disabilities, but entire families. And my sister. When my nephew Dylan was born in the year 2003, she was told to take him off life support. His heart was weak, his tongue was large, his oxygen was not enough. They said, you should take him off life support because he won't amount to anything. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not 1954, this is 2003. She called me and she asked me if she was a bad mother if she took her son off life support. I had just gotten off the phone with Dr. Tam, PIP Dr. Tam. PIP Dr. Tam challenged me to bring the Special Olympics Lions Clubs International Opening Eyes program to China. I'm from Rhode Island. What could I possibly know about bringing a health program to China? But he challenged me, and he said, David, together, we can do anything. In that moment, ladies and gentlemen, I told my sister she would have been a bad person. I said, yes, Dina. Yes, you will be a bad person. The only person who can take your son is God. And I wouldn't have had the courage to say that to my sister if it hadn't been the training that I received from Lions Clubs International and the example set by the foundation. To do better, to be better, to think better. My nephew Dylan is a thriving Special Olympics Rhode Island athlete. He plays volleyball, basketball, he has friends, he wants a girlfriend. And when he turns 21, he'll be a Lion, which is next year. I look forward to being in touch with all of you when that happens. I'll leave you with this, and I'm sorry to make it personal, but Lions Clubs International and the Foundation and Special Olympics to me is deeply personal. And in all of our imperfections and in all of our striving and in all of our deep effort, we know that in the end, our movement has grown tremendously through the support, through the example, and through the solidarity and generosity of all of you and the brand that you represent. But most importantly, I will leave you with this, to stay with the tradition of ending in quotes. And I have one last announcement before I come here. Daniel, I'd like to congratulate you. You are formally invited to serve as keynote address at our 2023 Special Olympics Africa Leadership Conference. New Lion Charles Nyambe, president of our Special Olympics Africa region, will be in touch with you, and we look forward to welcoming you. And please bring the exact same, if not more, tremendous energy to the podium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people with intellectual disabilities out there who can see the world because of you. There are people with intellectual disabilities in the world who have friends because of you. There are girls who are afforded sanitary pads because of you. There are mothers who are told that their children will be great because of you. There are people like me who learned what it means to give back to their community because of you. There's a mom named Dina Needham whose son exists because of the courage that you've given people. And so I say this. In the words of Arnold Palmer, a great athlete and a great leader, and if anyone golfs, I hope you know this quote. If you think you are beaten, you are. And if you think that you dare not, you don't. If you'd like to win, but think you can, it's almost certain you won't. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man. But sooner or later, the man who wins in the end is the man who thinks he can. Together, we will. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for that wonderful address, and thank you for giving an opportunity to our Leo District President Nathaniel to be a keynote speaker in one of your events. Congratulations, Nathaniel. I am extremely proud today. David, our International President Brian Sheehan would like to make a presentation to you. Yeah, no, not yet. Thank you for the partnership between the Lions and the Special Olympics. As we are coming to the end of our program this afternoon, I would like to call upon the following to please join me on the dais. The chairperson of the Lions Day with the United Nations, past International Director, Dr. Manoj Shah. You could escort our International President, Brian Sheehan and Lori Sheehan, together with LCIF Chairperson, Douglas Alexander. I would request our District Governor from 22D, Daniel Elkins, to please join us up. International Director, Ahmed Salem. Our LCIF Trustee Board Appointee, past International Director, Vijay Raju. Chairperson of the Africa Leadership and also an advisor to this particular Lions Day with the United Nations, past International Director, Hastings Chitty. It is time to welcome our next speaker, District Governor of District 22D, Delaware, Daniel Elkins. Daniel and his team from the United States have come to Kenya on a very special mission. I will let him talk more about it later. Before we hear from District Governor Daniel, let's see how young doctors, Lions in Morocco, are making a difference in hunger, nutrition, and wellness.
Ici, au Lions Club Doctors, tous les membres sont des étudiants en faculté de médecine et de pharmacie de Casablanca.
La majorité des activités qu'on fait sont, je dirais, 60-70% sont focalisées sur le champ médical.
On essaie de faire profiter aux gens des formations secourisme pour les aider en cas de gravité. Pour le dépistage de diabète, normalement, on le fait 2 fois par an. Parfois, il y a des gens qui sont diabétiques non connus. Du coup, on sensibilise de la gravité du diabète. Pour les caravanes médicales ou socio-médicales, on fait des longs trajets, parfois dans les bus, pour atteindre ces petits patelins, pour les aider. Les gens ils sont très négligés là-bas, donc on essaie de leur rapporter toute l'aide possible.
20 ans, 30 ans, 40 ans, 50 ans, 60 ans, 70 ans, 80 ans, 90 ans, 100 ans, 110 ans, 120 ans, 130 ans, 140 ans, 150 ans, 160 ans, 170 ans, 180 ans, 190 ans, 200 ans, 300 ans, 400 ans, 500 ans, 600 ans, 700 ans, 800 ans, 900 ans, 1000 ans, 1100 ans, 1200 ans, 1300 ans, 1400 ans, 1500 ans, 2000 ans, 3000 ans, 4000 ans, 5000 ans, 6000 ans, 7000 ans, 8000 ans, 9000 ans, 100 000 ans, 120 000 ans, 130 000 ans, 140 000 ans, 150 000 ans, 160 000 ans, 170 000 ans, 180 000 ans, 190 000 ans, 200 000 ans, 300 000 ans, 400 000 ans, 500 000 ans, 600
Bonjour les amis, donc comme vous le voyez très bien, on est en train de préparer les paniers alimentaires pour la caravane de Bullman.
Dans notre club Lions Doctors, on utilise les réseaux sociaux pour communiquer entre nous les membres et avec d'autres clubs, amplifier l'impact de ce qu'on fait et partager nos actions avec le monde.
Parce que les gens, dans leur nature, ils adorent les histoires. On veut que les gens, lorsqu'on a réalisé une action ou un projet, qu'ils ressentent les mêmes émotions qu'on a ressenties.
Et c'est à travers nos posts et nos stories que beaucoup de jeunes Lions ont pu nous découvrir et postuler pour nous rejoindre au club.
Bien sûr, être membre au Lions Club Doctors, ce n'est pas que travailler, ce n'est pas qu'aider, c'est aussi profiter du bon moment avec nos membres Lions, nos confrères. C'est une deuxième famille. Hein.
C'est chaque jour, au quotidien, à chaque fois que tu te réveilles, chaque jour, tu te dis je suis un lion. Et tu es fier d'être un lion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome our district governor, Daniel Elkins.
Hello, Lions! Jumbo Leos! And good afternoon, excellencies and dignitaries here at the United Nations in Nairobi. Before I begin, I would like to tell you a secret that lions know, and it's the secret that we are sharing with the world. Lions all around the world know that LCIF is the foundation of Lions. It empowers our service. But what is the core foundation of Lions itself? It's fun, fellowship, and family. This is something that District Governor Shazan and I and our districts have been discovering over the course of the last 6 months that we have been planning the Global Days of Service event that has been empowered by our foundation. I was having a conversation earlier today, and a movie came up, and it's a movie in which there's a quote, "Carpe diem," seize the day. We as Lions need to seize the moment. So I would like to do an activity now and meet our LCIF chairperson's goal of raising funds. If you all could stand, please. This is an energizer that I learned from a dear friend of mine, Clarence Harris, who is here with his daughter. It is something that both he and his wife, the dearly departed past international director Carla Harris, have taught Lions all over the world. And it is a simple motion. We are going to punch our arms like this and say, "I'm alive, I'm awake, and I feel great." And we are going to do it 5 times. And every time we do it, the Lions of Delaware are going to donate $1,000 to the disaster relief and bring us 5% closer to our goal of $100,000. Are you ready? Then do this with me. I'm alive, I'm awake, and I feel great. 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 Please be seated. I would like to honor the family part of our international family. And so that $5,000 donation will be given in the names of the Shah family and the Luhar family, because they truly have become our international family. We stand in these hallowed halls, a place where an organization meets on a regular basis to talk about how to make the world a better place, how to bring an everlasting peace. And Lions were there on day one of that conversation. And we have learned that the world comes closer together through service. We might be from different nations. We might speak different languages, but we all understand the universal dialect of service. It's what unites us all together. And it is what makes us proud to wake up every day as a Lion. And if you are not a Lion, I do have an application, and we will pass it out to join us so you can feel that way every morning you wake up. And although we are awake, the dream of empowering Lions, volunteers, and their partners to improve health and well-being, to strengthen communities and support those in need through humanitarian service and grants that impact lives globally and encourage peace and international understanding. It's not just a dream. We're awake. There's a famous saying, a dream is just a dream, but a dream with a plan and a timeline is a goal. And Lions turn dreams into goals. And LCIF turns those goals into realities. And that is what has occurred during this Global Days of Service. It began with a dream, a conversation. What would happen if we took two districts that began to work together and supported that with donations from the foundation to a grant that could then spread around the world? And so today, here, as a part of the Global Service Week, we have Lions representing 10 of the states of the United States of America. We have Lions who have come from 3 separate continents and 6 different nations. Lions has always been a global organization that serves locally. This week, we are serving globally, and that has been made possible by LCIF. Over the course of the past 2 days and the next 2 days, we have done and will do 27 different service projects. We have empowered youth at the Thika School for the Blind by giving them a football that is specifically designed for children who are visually impaired, a Ball for All program. We have gone to the Joytown School for Special Needs and done a comprehensive vision screening and donated wheelchairs and done a diabetes instruction. We have promoted nutrition. We have promoted wellness. Over the course of the next 2 days, we will be feeding the hungry. We will be planting the initial seeds of what will be 15 billion trees that the nation of Kenya will be doing over the next few years, but the seed will be planted this weekend. This is the power of what the International Foundation can do. It can bring people together from all over the world to meet the needs. And all of these needs and all of these projects were identified by the local Kenyan Lions. Working locally, that is the power of the foundation, that we can do these things. So, in closing, since I am the son of not one, but 2 United Methodist ministers, and I work as an educator with youth, some of which who are literally sitting in the room and have traveled 8,000 miles to help serve in another country, I want to do a quick call and response. We all know our international president's theme, Together We Can. I'm going to say a sentence and you just say, Together We Can, okay? We will help fulfill all the strategic development goals in partnership with the United Nations. Together, we can. We will help the mission of inclusion of the Special Olympics by spreading the joy of Lionism all around the world.
Together we can.
And we will have fun doing what we do. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for that wonderful words. And we as District 411A are truly proud to partner with you in this Global Service Week events. Thank you. We would like to make some presentations of Lions Club's International Foundation, and I would like to request our chairperson of Lions Day with United Nations event, Dr. Manoj Shah, who is also the LCIF trustee, to escort our international president and our foundation chairperson, together with our LCIF trustee, Vijay Raju, in the front, please. Our immediate past international president and chairperson of Lions Club's International Foundation would like to present the LCIF friendship banners to the following. The first recipient is Leo Lion Tanya, all the way from Zimbabwe. The next recipient is newly inducted Lion Elias Mastora from Greece. Lion Elias is the one who is spearheading our program, the Football for All, which is a special football for the visually impaired children. The next recipient is our Leo District President, Leo Nathaniel. Our chairperson would like to acknowledge the following Lions for their service in our Global Service Week program, and the first recipient is Dr. Gary Anderson, past international director. Followed by past international director, Dr. Edward Cordes. Next is Dr. Carlson. The LCIF chairperson would like to acknowledge an individual who has been supporting an LCIF-supported program with the Lions of Finland, which is the Solar Cooker project, and the recipient is past council chairperson Rajinder Pape Sembi. The next recipient is supporting our LCIF-funded program for the Diabetes Care Center, Lion Arv Kalsi. Okay, she's not there. The next recipient is my colleague, District Governor, all the way from Tanzania, from District 411C, Mustansir Ghulam Hussain. And the next recipient of the LCIF banner is Lion Rafael Jabala, the National Coordinator for the Special Olympics Kenya. The next presentations are medals. We have the first set of medals, which is the chairperson's bronze medals, and the next is the Campaign 100 gold medals, which are being presented to two individuals who have supported the LCIF program in District 411A. And I would like to call the first recipient, past District Governor, Dr. Ramji Patel. Both of them. The next recipient of the medals is also getting his second Diamond Melvin Jones Progressive Pin. That is none other than Dr. Vinod Lalji Ramji. We are also presenting to Dr. Ramji Patel the highest pin, progressive Melvin Jones pin, which is the 17 diamond pin. Our two recipients, Dr. Vinod Lalji Ramji and Dr. Ramji Patel, have also pledged $1,000 each towards the Turkey earthquake devastation. Thank you. As we are quickly nearing to the end of our program, I would like to welcome our International President, Brian Sheehan, for his closing remarks.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful day we have had, have we not? Yes. I didn't hear you. Was this a wonderful day for you? Yes. There we go. It was awesome. It was not only awesome, it was phenomenally awesome, and it doesn't get any better than that. You guys are phenomenally awesome. Oh, that's what we're talking about. I want to thank you, District Governor Luhar, for serving as the Director of Ceremonies, and past International Director Trustee Dr. Shah. What a wonderful job you have done for chairing today's event. What an outstanding event that we've had here. Not only today, last couple days and the days that are coming up as well. This has been a very special Lions Day with the United Nations here in Nairobi. And I would like to thank our UN ambassadors. Yesterday and today, it was great to be able to have discussions and knowledge with them, and our speakers and our partners for sharing this day with us. And all the Lions and the Leos that are here today, and to the Lions Clubs International staff and the volunteers who helped put this together. This just doesn't come together in a day. It's been a lot of work. They've done incredible work, and I wish to thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope this day has been a valuable opportunity to reflect on the impact that you and volunteers like you make in people's lives every day around the world. And I hope that each of you understands just how much we truly accomplish when we can work together. Through this association we love and this cherished partnership we have uphold, we can transform lives, communities, and we can transform the world. Together we'll continue to work toward a more just, a more peaceful, and a kinder world that all people in all places can enjoy. I believe that together we can make that world a reality. And I believe that one day, together we will. In fact, I take that back. I believe that every day, together we will. So I want to thank each and every one of you for being here, participating, sharing the heart that you have, and learning the different things that we do. It's so grateful to be able to have that. I do have one more set of recognition before we close as well. There's been a lot of work involved here in being able to get this done. And as I said earlier in the week, Melvin Jones was a visionary, and a visionary that foresaw that you don't get far in life until you help other people out. Look at the visionaries we've had over the last 106 years. We continue to produce them. We continue to have them every day. Putting this event together was wonderful. Having a vision to getting a couple of districts together from different parts of the world and having a World Service Day is visionary. I talk a lot about thinking outside the box. This is thinking outside the box and what we have to do. I want to be able to have, can I have Soyam Shah? Where's she at? Can she come forward for me, please? She's done a wonderful job. I also want our District Governor, Shazan Luhar, and I want Daniel Elkins to please join me in front.
President, does this come with the medal as well?
Yep.
Thank you so much, President Xian, for acknowledging us. We truly appreciate it. This was truly a fantastic event, and I'm honored to serve as your Director of Ceremonies for this event. We do have a few announcements to make. And the first one is to do with transport. So as we conclude this event, we do have a tea break outside, but at the same time, the buses will also start picking whoever wants to leave from the UN complex, but we need to leave by 4:30 because that's when the complex closes. So please have your tea break as soon as possible and try to reach the gate by 4:30. Right, so the LDU event is not yet over because this evening we're going to have a grand celebration, a gala dinner banquet in a wonderful restaurant where you will have a chance to experience the wonderful cuisine that they're going to serve us and the cabaret show that is going to happen as you're going to have your dinner. So it's definitely going to be an amazing evening. Please make sure that those who are registered for the gala dinner, at the back of your name badge, you do have a small token there or a card which will give you access to the gala dinner. The buses for the gala dinner will leave from from the Trademark Hotel starting from 6 p.m. and the last bus is going to leave by 6:15, 6:20 because it takes about 20-30 minutes to get to the venue, and we want to be there as early as possible so that we can enjoy. At this juncture, I would also like to most sincerely thank the United Nations staff who have assisted us throughout this particular planning of this event, as well as today. Nadia, Umi, Abiodun, thank you so much for assisting us. Yes, they're right there at the back. Please raise your hands. Great. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Umi and Abiodun. Thank you so much for assisting us. And I would like to most sincerely thank all the delegates who have been here with us. And I'm sure you had great experience of this particular facility, as well as the wonderful speakers that we had. Thank you to all the wonderful speakers for giving us your insights. And we also have our transport team that's there at the back. Can you raise your hand? Yeah. For those who will require airport transfer back when you start going tomorrow, day after, please do get in touch with them. They will arrange your transport back to the airport. I wish all our delegates who have come from outside Kenya safe travels. And to all our delegates, thank you all. God bless you. All right, so we have one more announcement to make. You know, they say you always forget the best things. And we would like to most sincerely thank our staff who have come from LCI, Natalie, Ellie, Christopher, Marie, and Carol. Where is Carol? Oh, okay, she's probably filming outside there. Thank you so much for being here and for assisting us in preparing for this particular LD1. I know months and months we have been on Zoom. Thank God for Zoom. Yeah, we have been talking and you have been guiding us. Thank you so much for this particular support that you have been giving us. And last, we have another Lion member all the way from Nigeria, Lion Emmanuel, who would like to donate $1,000 towards our chairperson's campaign of raising funds. May I request Lion Emmanuel to please come forward and receive a friendship banner from our LCF chairperson. Right, thank you. Right, Lions, Leos, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. God bless you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.